This video continues with Chapter 30. Watch the short video of Naruto. All the characters in the ninja world are broken. Chapter 30, In the Light Curtain. Ebisu, wearing sunglasses, squatted in front of Pain Jigokyudo, looking relaxed on the surface. But what Ebisu was actually thinking was, Konohamaru took this opportunity to escape quickly. He couldn't stop him for long. Sure enough, as soon as they met, Ebisu was kicked into the broken stones, shaking up the yellow dust on the ground. The yellow dust dispersed, but Ebisu did not fall down. Seeing Jigokyudo shift his sight, "Where are you looking? You can't kill me at this level." Hearing this, Konohamaru, who was hiding in the corner, was furious. If it wasn't for saving himself, Teacher Ebisu wouldn't have fallen into this situation. Konohamaru was angry at his own incompetence at this moment. Last time. It was the same last time. Those two ninjas were cruelly persecuted by Akatsuki's monsters. If Teacher Ebisu did the same this time, he would never forgive himself. He sticks his head out to observe the situation. Ebisu's taijutsu is particularly solid, but unfortunately his strength is not on the same level as Jigokyudo Pain. New wounds continue to appear on his body, while Jigokyudo just stands there without even moving. Despite this, Ebisu still did not choose to escape. We must buy time for Konohamaru to escape no matter what. This is Ebisu's only goal at this moment. Solid and precise kunai, shuriken, and taijutsu. At this time, it seems that Ebisu is balancing Jigokyudo, holding Jigokyudo's elbows with both hands. Taking this opportunity, Ebisu looks towards the corner of the wall. No figure is seen. Thinking that he has successfully delayed the Akatsuki enemy, buying time for Konohamaru to escape. Ebisu must have thought, "Good, it seems he escaped." Ah wow. Hell Road hit Ebisu's right cheek with a flying knee, causing him to scream in pain. Leg strength is often 3 or 4 times greater than hand strength. Not to mention the powerful attack method of the flying knee. At this moment, Ebisu fell into the pit created by the fight and completely lost his combat power. I was careless, but my mission was accomplished. Hell Road grabbed Ebisu's neck and lifted him up in the air, just like he grabbed the first 2 Konoha ninjas. Is Uzumaki Naruto in this village? Konoha. Saruto by clan land. Konohamaru looked at the Akatsuki members in the light curtain with hatred at this moment. Damn it, Ebisu-sensei, go in and beat him up. Ebisu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, thinking that Konohamaru is worried about him now, instead of thinking that he is useless. I feel much better. Konohamaru, I can't get into the light curtain either, and I can't beat him. It's just the teacher's face, not important. It's better to state the fact at this moment. You can't fight like the last time, you won't die in the battle. Konohamaru's eyes became moist as he said this, as if pearls would fall in the next moment. Ebisu hurriedly comforted him. This is your home court, there must be someone who can kill this villain, maybe that person is you. In fact, Ebisu himself didn't have confidence. But he didn't want to take care of the crying child anymore. At worst, he would blindfold Konohamaru later. Really? Really? If you know, answer my question clearly. Ebisu's neck was strangled, and he could only mumble Naruto. You seem to know Uzumaki Naruto, then tell me where he is. Ebisu, despite being threatened, still spoke every word in his lungs. Don't look at me like this, I'm also an elite teacher. Naruto is my student. Once, I thought he was a hindrance to Konohamaru becoming Hokage. Once Ebisu was just like other villagers. He did many things that hurt Naruto. In front of Naruto, he advised Konohamaru to stay away from him. In front of Naruto, he told Konohamaru what kind of person Naruto was and was not suitable to be a companion. Whenever Naruto appeared, he would take Konohamaru away. On his face and in his behavior, he was full of disapproval of Naruto. I used to think so, but Naruto did not succumb to the cursed fate. Only half a day of water practice. Ebisu had a completely changed view of Naruto. He stepped into the water again and again, never giving up. He worked much harder than his peers, but got meager results, so he still had to persist. He overcame countless difficulties with his natural cheerfulness and unyielding courage. He used his as a teacher. I failed to teach him important things, but I taught my students. Since Konohamaru and Naruto met, he never talked about challenging the third Hokage again. He must persist in hard training every day. From thinking of achieving success overnight to now, there is no shortcut. In this regard, Ebisu is willing to recognize Naruto as his teacher. Pain Hell Road exerts force on his hands. You bastard, you are talking nonsense. This is the last chance. Do you know where Naruto is? Answer me clearly, or I'll kill you. Ebisu ignored Jigoto. Naruto, you overcame the pain of your master's tragic death, inherited his will, and continued to move forward. Your strong will taught Konohamaru a lot of things. No, you taught the people in the village. Ebisu, wearing sunglasses, smiled and replied, Naruto, you are my companion in Konoha. I have nothing to tell you, Akatsuki. Hell Road, really, if so. The face of the King of Hell appears behind Hell Road. Konoha. The Sarutobi clan. Ebisu looked at the man who kept praising Naruto. He had a deep feeling for a moment. Naruto is Konoha's companion, his own companion. For Konohamaru, he can choose to stay behind. For Naruto, he can also choose to keep a secret. As long as Naruto doesn't teach Konohamaru that kind of ninjutsu, he is happy for Konohamaru to associate with him. Unfortunately, it's time to end it now. After all, Kakashi, an excellent ninja who was in the same period as him, has died. After thinking about it, Ebisu prepared to blindfold Konohamaru. At this moment, Konohamaru also realized standing behind the wall. He was just an ignorant child, and it was Naruto who made him grow up get up. Everyone just treats me as the grandson of the Hokage when they look at me and call me. I've had enough, so I want to get the title of Hokage now. It's not that simple, idiot. What's the Hokage? If you want this title so much, just beat me first. From now on, we are rivals. One day, I will bet on the name of Hokage and must fight with you. Before that, you should look forward to it, Konohamaru. Yes, Hokage is not just a lip service. If you want to become Hokage, you have to rely on your strength and achievements. Konohamaru did not rush to give up. He kept thinking about countermeasures and the enemy's ninjutsu in his mind. Thinking about the ninjutsu he learned. The A-level ninjutsu that he had just learned not long ago, but had never used. Chapter 31. Jigokyudo exerts force on his hands. Ebisu feels the suffocation on his neck getting worse. It seems that this is the end. Did Konohamaru escape properly? Swoosh, 3 kunai hit Jigokyudo's raised wrist, forcing him to let go of Ebisu's neck and dodge. Ebisu and Jigokyudo turned around to look. Ebisu's feelings at this moment are quite complicated. First, he feels that his previous efforts seem to have been wasted, and Konohamaru failed to leave successfully. Second, he feels that Konohamaru's willingness to save him and not abandon him just shows his growth. Two mixed emotions. Konohamaru supported the wall with one hand, clenched his fist to overcome his fear, and declared loudly, I am your opponent. Someone once taught me that there is no shortcut to the way of ninja. Ebisu shouted with sweat dripping down his back. Konohamaru, why didn't you run away? You have the qualifications to become Hokage one day. You can't die in vain in a place like this. Konohamaru smiled slightly. I once made an appointment with Naruto to bet on the name of Hokage with brother Naruto and decide the outcome one day. We agreed that brother is my opponent. When talking about brother Naruto, Konohamaru seemed to have courage in an instant. He no longer relied on the support of the wall and stood bravely in front of the enemy and Ebisu. So, I will not choose to run away. Because at the end of that road, there is no brother Naruto. Konoha. Sarutobi clan land. Ebisu completely forgot that he had to cover Konohamaru's eyes. He stared at the light curtain in a daze. The words of the young Konohamaru were like an oath. He seemed to see the shadow of a person. That was the shadow of Naruto of the light curtain. Yes, I will not choose to run away. Beat the enemy away, beat the enemy down. little Konohamaru happily danced with the light curtain Konohamaru. The sense of substitution was very strong. After all, this was his future self. Ebisu looked at little Konohamaru helplessly. Even if he had the courage, how could a genin beat Akatsuki? It seemed that this was another dead end. Hokage building. The old and serious face of the third Hokage smiled. He was somewhat ambiguous about Konohamaru's previous performance. He felt that his performance was quite standard, and it was hard to tell whether it was good or bad. Now seeing the rescue of Konohamaru of the light curtain at the critical moment, the third Hokage was instantly relieved. As he expected, Konohamaru has grown a lot. He has completely changed his previous childish image. Now he has become a real Konoha ninja with a sense of responsibility. Is he calling Naruto brother? He is the one who brought changes to Konohamaru. Although this behavior of knowing that he is no match for his opponent does not match the description in the ninja manual. But this will is exactly the essence of Konoha's fire will. When the light curtain keeps playing Naruto's images, revealing Danzo's conspiracy and showing the style of Konoha ninja. In the heart of the third generation, this light curtain is already Konoha's friendly side. God is blessing Konoha Village. Even the third generation has a great idea. If it continues like this, the ninja world will lose its secrets, and everyone will be at peace and pay attention to the light curtain. From this point of view, this is peace. Ninja school. Naruto, Konohamaru, my brother has recognized you. Sakura, Naruto, you idiot, why don't you come out to save the situation? Konohamaru will definitely not be able to beat this bad guy. Naruto helplessly, if I go in, I will hit myself first. I'm so stupid. I've stayed in Mayaboku Mountain and played with a bunch of toads for so long. Sakura, is he scolding himself? But it is true that Naruto of the Light Curtain never returned to Konoha, and Konoha was really destroyed. This is like a heroic novel. Is Naruto the protagonist? Sasuke looked at Naruto silently. This idiot Naruto taught others Konohamaru's seduction technique. He looks very ordinary and has many problems in his personality. I don't know why he can infect so many people. Sasuke looked at the light curtain. Konohamaru's appearance at this moment. He really looks a bit like Naruto of the light curtain. Will the ending also be the ending of Naruto of the light curtain? Hell Road rushed towards Konohamaru mercilessly. But Konohamaru had no power to resist and was beaten back step by step. Konohamaru was knocked away, and Hell Road chased him. Konohamaru stood up and ran away. With his own physical training, he was able to avoid Hell Road's attack. But it is impossible to defeat the enemy by defending all the time. And Konohamaru took the initiative to expose himself and said those words. Aim at the right target. Always Konohamaru, who was running away and dodging, revealed a flaw. Pain Jigoto quickly clamped Konohamaru's neck. It was still this method. It seemed that this was Jigoto's habitual action to cooperate with the summoning Hell King to facilitate tongue pulling. Seeing this, Ebisu rushed over with all his strength, but was kicked back by Jigoto. Is Uzumaki Naruto in this village? Konohamaru's neck was pinched, and it was uncomfortable. I don't know about this kind of thing. Konohamaru's tongue was judged to stretch and grow larger. At this moment of suffocation and dying, Konohamaru recalled Naruto's words in his mind. Konohamaru, I have a technique I want to teach you. The difficulty of learning ninjutsu is a level. Hell Road, really, I'm going to judge you. Suddenly, with a bang, Konohamaru's shadow clone disappeared in a puff of white smoke. It turns out that it was Konohamaru's shadow clone that had been entangled with Hell Road. As Naruto's junior, how could he not know such a magical skill as the shadow clone technique? In fact, from the beginning of Konohamaru, what he showed in front of Pain Hell Road was a shadow clone. His real body hid in another place, looking for an opportunity. Even the previous flaw was deliberately exposed by Konohamaru. It was convenient for Konohamaru's shadow clone to be defeated by Pain Hell Road in that place. On the surface, Konohamaru was caught. In fact, Hell Road fell into Konohamaru's attack range. That place just happened to be convenient for Konohamaru's real body to launch a surprise attack. Konohamaru never thought of a head-on confrontation. He is already a mature ninja. Another direction. Two Konohamaru had already made a blue vortex ball and were rushing over at high speed. The rotation, power and retention of chakra, a super advanced ninjutsu that condenses all of this. Rasengan. A battle between a genin and an Akatsuki member. The energy ball is hitting Jigokyudo. Bang! A huge burst of energy in an instant. Pain Jigokyudo's entire body was embedded in the ruins behind him by the impact. In the deep pit that had just been created, the Sarutobi clan genin who carries the name of the village. Surname Sarutobi, given name Konohamaru. Remember this for me. Remember this for me. Surname Sarutobi, given name Konohamaru. This sentence resounded in the light curtain. As well, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, the person who is destined to become Hokage in the future. The two figures gradually overlapped. In the past, many ninjas disdained Konoha's will of fire. Even if they saw Naruto's performance in the light curtain, they would think that this was just a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. With the Nine-Tails talent and his own blood talent. That's why he said some meaningless words without any shame. There are many people in this world who don't have Naruto's conditions. They were born ordinary people. Until now, seeing the performance of Konohamaru in the light curtain, they really felt the significance of Naruto in the light curtain. Inheritance. In Naruto and Konohamaru, the will of fire is not to force others to obey the orders of the Hokage. It is not a means for the Hokage to control the hearts of the villagers. It is not an ugly, empty, and superficial thing of mental control. It is a kind of transmission, a spirit. It applies to everyone in the ninja world. If you can really understand it deeply, it promotes people's growth and progress. You can say that Konohamaru inherited from Naruto. He burst out with power at the critical moment. The power of Rasengan, Shadow Clone, the power of wisdom, the power of courage. People with different experiences in the ninja world received different degrees of enlightenment in the light curtain. Konoha at this moment is not actually being destroyed. It is being reborn. Chapter 32, Konoha. Ninja School. The ninja juniors were instantly inspired by the victory in a corner of the battlefield. Konoha was not losing everywhere. Look at Konohamaru, he just knocked down the enemy hard. Naruto smiled and waved his fist. Okay, well done Konohamaru. Sakura also smiled and clenched her fists. That's great. Konohamaru actually has such a high combat IQ. Konoha may not be destroyed. After watching the light curtain, Kakashi looked calm. Konohamaru did a good job. But the situation did not get better because of this. Just like the Akatsuki member before, who was hit by a complete Chidori by Kakashi of the light curtain. As a result, he was able to use missile tracking later. This Akatsuki member has the same characteristics as that one. Black Iron Rod, Samsara Eye. Kakashi guessed that it might be a clone ability of Samsara Eye. If so, several clones of pain attacked the entire Konoha, summoning psychic monsters and destroying houses. One person destroyed Konoha. Pain is so powerful, how should the fifth Hokage deal with it? Sarutobi clan land. I am invincible, Ebisu teacher. I successfully defeated that enemy and I saved you. Ebisu praised generously. Yes, our Konohamaru has the characteristics of becoming a Hokage. How could he fall here? At this moment, he dared not say the big words as long as you listen to yourself. It will be easy for you to become the next generation of Hokage. Naruto's there is no shortcut is correct. In addition, the light curtain Konohamaru unknowingly surpassed himself. Looking at his own performance in the light curtain, he even felt that he had nothing to teach the light curtain Konohamaru. Then can the teacher teach me the Rasengan and the shadow clone technique? Ebisu smiled. I can teach you the shadow clone technique first, but I can't teach you the Rasengan." Konohamaru frowned slightly. He was a little dissatisfied with the strength of Mr. Abisu. But Mr. Abisu, who was watching the light curtain, performed well. He reluctantly accepted this answer. Konohamaru turned his head and looked at the light curtain. "Wait until I defeat the man in the sky before, and then I will come to you to learn Shadow Clone." Abisu. This is not the same level. Even if Konohamaru becomes a Jonin, he may not be able to defeat the man who is like a demigod. The aura of a strong man on him is much greater than that of these Akatsuki members. It depends on whether the fifth Hokage can stop him for a moment. On the road in the forest, Tsunade was very pleased with the content on the light curtain. Konoha also has so many young people with potential. Seeing Tsunade stop, Payu tilde tilde, Payu tilde tilde. The pet pig Tuntun in Shizun's arms jumped out of her arms instantly and ran away. It thought that Lady Tsunade was going to be angry again. The flying gravel hurts the pig. Hearing Shizun's call, Tuntun ran back hesitantly. Lady Tsunade, Konoha still has a lot of hope. It's not just Light Curtain Lady Tsunade who is working hard. Shizun took Tuntun back and comforted Tsunade. Tsunade is a person who never admits defeat. But at this time, she replied, "Light Curtain's own efforts are far inferior to those of others." The rooftop of the Hokage building. Tsunade is in charge of the overall situation, and the rest of the Anbu ninjas are guarding nearby. Tsunade receives information from all the ninjas of Konoha through the slug. She has already felt the sacrifices of Kakashi and many other ninjas. But as a Hokage, she needs to keep her mind steady at this time. She punched and broke a decorative stone slab on the rooftop, just to vent. Konoha has been destroyed like this. What's the use of the Hokage building being intact? The ninjas are working hard, but she can only stay here to take charge of the situation. She obviously wants to fight on the front line. She keeps consuming chakra, letting the slug clones step up to rescue the wounded. Later, she received information about Pain's battle from Choji, a person who uses repulsion and suction. There is a 5-second interval. Suddenly, bang! A figure fell from the sky and stepped steadily on the rooftop of the Hokage building. Tsunade and her group looked over in a defensive posture. Seeing Pain's face, Tsunade was stunned for a second, then frowned slightly. "You are indeed Yahiko, the apprentice that Jiraiya once thought was sacrificed." Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan were accepted by Jiraiya on the eve of the Third War. He taught them enough ninjutsu and skills to survive, and Jiraiya left. Later, he received news that they died in battle. The result? He is still alive and has even come to invade Konoha. Causing such damage is unforgivable. Then, Tsunade looked over with hostility. Pain's pair of samsara eyes were so cold that he regarded life as worthless. "It seems that you seem to remember." And Anbu asked, "Do you know him?" Tsunade, "I have a slight impression." Anbu, "Then who is he?" Pain calmly helped Tsunade to respond. "He is the god of order." Anbu, "It seems that he is not a normal person." Pain ignored it and directly asked about the whereabouts of Uzumaki Naruto. Tsunade, "Who knows?" Pain, "The capture of the Jinchuriki has basically been completed." As soon as these words came out, instantly, the major countries in the ninja world caused a sensation. The enemy that Konoha encountered this time was unprecedentedly powerful. The target was actually all the Jinchuriki, not just the 9-tailed Jinchuriki. The purpose was also obvious, that is, to collect the 9-tailed beasts. Sand Village, where the 1-tailed Shukaku Jinchuriki Gara is located. Cloud Village, where the 2-tailed Matatabi Jinchuriki Yuboku and the 8-tailed Juki Jinchuriki Killer Bee are located. Mist Village, where the 3-tailed Isabu Jinchuriki Yagura and the 6-tailed Rhino Jinchuriki are located. Iwagakure Village, where the 4-tailed Son Goku and the 5-tailed where is the King Mu Jinchuriki. In Takagakure Village, where is the 7-tailed Shaijaki Jinchuriki Fu. In Konoha Village, where is the 9-tailed Kurama Jinchuriki Naruto. All the Kage and ninjas who knew the news about the Jinchuriki were shocked. This is not just a conspiracy against Konoha. It is a crisis for the entire ninja world. Other hidden villages who were watching from the sidelines did not watch the light curtain as if they were having fun. They called their leaders together and held a high-level meeting like Konoha. The information revealed by the light curtain must be studied. Unknown enemies are gradually surfacing. It seems that no one in the ninja world is immune to this crisis. Chapter 33, Konoha. Hokage Building. The third generation frowned and stared at the figure in the light curtain. Shikaku, what do you think? Shikaku put down the information in his hand. He kept integrating all the known information in his mind. Then he answered in a deep voice. Third generation, the enemies encountered by Konoha in the light curtain seem to have a common feature. That is, a pair of reincarnation eyes. After analysis, it is speculated that these are very likely to be Pain's clones. From this point of view, it is not so much a war to invade Konoha, but rather a dimensionality reduction attack by Pain alone against Konoha. Shikaku analyzed all the words revealed in the enemy's words, and also analyzed the situation of the light curtain ninja world. He came to this conclusion. Konoha is not the first ninja village to suffer such an attack. Pain is not the enemy of Konoha. He is the enemy of the entire ninja world. But he has this terrifying strength of fighting 10,000 with one. Beyond ordinary ninjas. Like a true god in the ninja world. An unprecedented crisis. However, Shikaku also gave corresponding preventive measures. If Konoha encounters such an invasion again, it should not be as helpless as in the light curtain. After all, this information was transmitted by the dead and injured ninjas of Konoha in the light curtain. Next, the important thing is to continue to pay attention to this battle. More battle information and origins of pain are needed. Cloud Hidden Village. The third generation has a person like Shikaku who calmly analyzes the battle situation. The fourth generation Rekindled also has such a similar think tank. Samui, have you analyzed it? Samui with short yellow hair has an unusually calm look. This is also the reason why the fourth generation Rekindled can trust her and will not have an emotional reaction to anything. Rational and wise. The abilities of this pain with the Samsara Eye include. So for the time being, our Cloud Hidden Village is invincible. The Cloud Hidden Village is famous for physical skills. But Pain's repulsive suction completely overcomes physical skills. If Lord Rekindled uses the force to rush into the air. As a result, Pain used a repulsive force to repel Lord Rekindled as a live target. Just getting close to him has become a huge problem. How can we talk about defeating him? Hearing Samui's unconcealed answer. Although the fourth Rekindled was helpless, he had no choice. Killer B didn't think so. I have the 7 swords skill and the invincible 8 tails. I can defeat Pain in a minute. Samui ignored this funny character. The fourth Rekindled also ignored him and turned to look at the light curtain. Thinking back to the scene of the black shadow floating in the air. Fifth Hokage, how should you deal with it? Villages such as Sand Village and Rock Village, and even many villages without human pillars, are paying attention to this battle. Prepare for war first. The common enemy of the ninja world, no one can stay out of it. Outside the Rain Village. The entrance of the cave. The members of the Akatsuki organization were also amazed by Pain's plan. Capture all the Cherokee in the ninja world. Become enemies with the 5 major ninja villages. This is similar to the operation of Hashirama Senju, the former god of ninja, the first Hokage, and the founder of Konoha. They are all collecting tailed beasts. Nagato, Pain, Conan, and others all looked unhappy. Exposed. Their plan was ruthlessly exposed by the shameless light curtain. The ninja world must be enemies of them now. And they haven't even made any signs of hunting down the tailed beasts. Nagato before the light curtain appeared. Originally, they were going to collect war materials and prepare for future wars. They didn't proceed to the next step of collecting tailed beasts. You have to know that this group of disloyal Akatsuki members don't know his plan yet. This light curtain directly exposed his biggest conspiracy in the future. Looking at Pain in the light curtain, Nagato's samsara eye flashed with movement. Now, Hidden smacked his lips. Pain is the one who should be the leader of our evil god cult. This plan is simply amazing. Deidara's eyes were also full of excitement. The constant explosions in the light curtain of Konoha before had already satisfied this explosion maniac. Now he heard that the light curtain of Pain had actually captured other tailed beasts. He was looking forward to imagining what kind of art he would create in the light curtain. Itachi stared at the light curtain on the surface, but he was actually paying attention to Pain's movements at all times. He was looking for an opportunity to see if he could take down this great enemy of Konoha in advance. Of course, he was not impulsive. If he was not absolutely sure, he would have been lurking. The 5th generation Hokage of the light curtain might not be able to beat Pain. This was Itachi's assessment, based on the information revealed by the light curtain and his years of undercover work in the Akatsuki organization. So, it has to be Naruto like the protagonist. Zetsu, one of the members of the Akatsuki organization, looked at the light curtain quietly. In fact, a huge wave had already been set off in his heart. Though when he encountered the light curtain once, he was almost shocked to the ground. Even his mother, Kaguya, did not have such great power after her resurrection. Then he continued to look at the content of the light curtain. He looked at Naruto in the light curtain and felt that this person was somewhat similar to Ashura. He was not strong and his talent was average, but he could not be beaten or killed, as if he was born with full recovery power. He was simply the reincarnation of Ashura. You know, Black Zetsu and Ashura are not very resistant. After all, he is the descendant of Akatsuki Hagoromo, who sealed Kaguya. This light curtain has been playing Naruto's glorious scenes. It is obviously from Naruto's side. If the light curtain continues to develop, now Zio Pain is exposed, and Abido and Madara are exposed later. Even Black Zetsu himself is exposed in the end. How can his Save Mother plan be implemented? Thinking of this, Zetsu has prepared to plan in advance. If we wait any longer, the whole world will be enemies. Rooftop of the Hokage building. The Jinchuriki have been captured, and the balance of power between the ninja villages maintained by the tailed beasts can no longer be maintained. It is meaningless to protect the Ninetales now. Tsunade looked over coldly. Is Naruto your target? Pain lowered his eyes. Conflicts will soon break out, and the flames of war will spread everywhere. We will then control these wars. If you help us, we can let you go. In this situation, you should also be very clear about our strength. Tsunade was angered by the other party's words. She is the 5th Hokage. Others are resisting stubbornly. How could she surrender at the enemy's words? She is the princess of Konoha, Tsunade. She has the aura of never giving up. What Pain said, don't underestimate the 5 cage. You want to completely destroy the stable life that our ancestors have been pursuing and trying to maintain. Nothing you say will work. After listening, Pain opened his eyes. A large amount of chakra was released from his body, and a gust of wind blew instantly. Don't be so arrogant. After a conversation, Pain knew that there was no possibility of compromise between the two sides. At the same time, in another place, Pain's human path clone was searching for the secret base of Shizune and the analysis team. And Shizune, Ino, and other members of the analysis team were collecting information from the enemy's mind through mind reading. Soon, the human path encountered Shizune and the analysis team and had a conflict. The analysis team and Shizune are not good at fighting. The next moment, the human path grabbed Shizune. Pain's human path. Heart layer diving can read memories. Soul sucking can extract souls. Human Tao grabbed Shizune's head and took away her soul. Then, Shizune fell to the ground like a shell. At this time, the Rinnegan shared vision and memory. Pain got the news about Naruto. On the road in the forest, Tsunade looked at the scene of Shizune's death in the light curtain. Her heart felt like being stabbed by a needle. Shizune also died in this battle. She has always stayed by her side. No matter big or small, Tsunade said, she would complete the task. In casinos around the world, Tsunade always left Shizune with a mess. But Shizune never complained. Unknowingly, Shizune and her relationship is closer than that of family members. But the self in the light curtain failed to protect her. Tsunade felt guilty for a while, and her eyes couldn't help but moisten. Tsunade-sama, it's okay. I am willing to sacrifice for Konoha. Shizune smiled and said lightly. Tun-Tun nudged Shizune, and it felt that the atmosphere was a bit heavy. Tsunade is not a weak woman. In terms of strength, she is not weaker than men. But this is a kind of accumulation. Tsunade can empathize with Guamu Tsunade. Guamu Tsunade is the 5th generation of Hokage. She wants to protect Konoha. Guamu Tsunade received fragmentary information. Even the news of Shizune's sacrifice was not received. But Tsunade saw it with her own eyes at this moment. Just like the sacrifice of Rope Tree and Dan. She failed to protect Dan's niece. Chapter 34. The rooftop of the Hokage building. Mayaboko-san seems to be the ninja village of the Toad. It seems that it is a waste of effort here. Pain got the news about Naruto from the human clone. Tsunade was also secretly shocked at this moment, but did not show any emotion on the surface. As a Hokage, she could not lose her composure at this time. This is probably another ability of the Samsara Eye. So what will Pain do now that he knows about Naruto? Pain turned around. It seems that leaving his back to the opponent without any defense is actually a contempt for the strength of this group of people. Pain said lightly, "Can I ask one last question?" Tsunade was stunned. "Is the chakra under your feet used to deal with my magic? It seems that you have noticed my ability. In the face of overwhelming power, everything is meaningless. This has been proven by your great country." At this moment, Pain is both Nagato and Yahiko. Yahiko said at the beginning, "If the war cannot be ended, then I will become the god of this world." His initial dream was to conquer the world, and then make the world achieve the peace in his heart. In the world of ninja, strength speaks. This concept changed after accepting Jiraiya as his master. Perhaps negotiation can also prevent war. With this idea, an organization with peace as the goal and negotiation as the method was established. Akatsuki organization. Akatsuki means dawn. Yes, you still fantasize that you are the protagonist of this world and think that you are still far away from death. So superficially indulge in peace. Those who kill will eventually be killed. Hatred will connect the two. Tsunade frowned and lowered her head in response. You are talking nonsense. War is accompanied by casualties and pain on both sides. Tsunade pointed at Pain angrily. Our great country has also suffered the same pain. Don't make excuses and continue to do this. Pain heard this and glanced back. At this moment, Nagato and Pain shared the same vision and saw the person who said the same pain. Ridiculous. Pain turned his head. Feel the pain, think about the pain. Accompanied by calm and deep words, Pain's feet were flat on the ground. His body also slowly rose up and floated over the huge Hokage rock. Accept the pain, understand the pain. Tsunade didn't know what the other party was going to do, but had an ominous premonition, wait, Pain. Pain's body flew in the air, looking at the tiny figure of the 5th Hokage under his feet. Accept the pain, understand the pain. Those who don't know pain can't understand true peace. Looking at this scene, everyone in the ninja world seemed to feel the power of Pain's words. Pain at this time gradually overlapped with the god who covered the sky at the beginning. High in the sky, Pain black shadow. Spicy Tiansen. The violent white light shone in the ninja world. The scene at that time shocked everyone in the ninja world. Seeing this scene now, everyone knows. Pain who kept saying pain. That's the god. Konoha. Hokage building. The 3rd generation smoked his pipe unconsciously again. Looking at Pain in the light screen, he was speechless for a long time. At first, he was shocked by Pain's strength. The 3rd generation also asked Shikaku and others to analyze and discuss, trying to find a way to restrain him. Now hearing Pain's words, the 3rd generation was shocked by Pain's ideas again. Peace. The real idea of Pain who invaded Konoha was peace. Using pain as a means and war as a form. Pain is powerful, has multiple clones, and is a one-man army. The purpose is actually like this. The third generation did not question Pain's words. Because there is no need. With such a high level of strength, there is no need to say these few words to deceive others. And it seems that Pain is not a person who likes to explain too much. Perhaps he just told the fifth Hokage his true purpose on impulse. Speaking of which, in the eyes of the third Hokage, Konoha is also a ninja village with peace as its ultimate goal. Just like the first Hokage Senju Hashirama collected 9 tailed beasts everywhere, held the 5-cage conference, and distributed the tailed beasts. Use the suppression of the tailed beasts to achieve a short-term peace. Unfortunately, after Hashirama passed away, wars broke out in the ninja world again. In the eyes of the third Hokage. What Pain said, "In the face of overwhelming power, everything is meaningless, which has been proven by your great country. It seems that there is no how big of a problem is that. A strong country can bring peace. The ninja school of Konoha Village is also to train the next generation of powerful ninjas to protect the village. The various departments of Konoha also assist Konoha Village to continue to grow and develop. But the third generation disagrees with the following words. War is indeed accompanied by pain. But the idea of peace does not necessarily require people who suffer to understand and absorb it. Although the third generation has such a clear understanding. But sometimes, it is difficult for him to balance the stability of big peace and small peace. Is it necessary to sacrifice small peace for big peace? This is a problem that has troubled him all his life. Just like the extermination of the Uchiha clan that he acquiesced to. From this incident, it seems to be the same as what Pain said. As the third generation, how is his approach different from that of Pain at this moment? It's just that he is the one who stays out of it. Pain is the one who executes it. Yes, considering so many things, in the matter of Konoha being invaded. No matter how many reasons Pain has, it won't work. The third generation has a firm stance on this matter. Pain has always been for the sake of not feeling pain. Pain is not the only way to achieve peace. The thought of light curtain Pain has completely gone astray. And the thought of light curtain Naruto is beyond the limitations of the times and beyond the borders of countries. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why Naruto is the protagonist of Light Curtain. Thinking of this, the third generation looked at the Light Curtain again. Pain will lose. Saruto by clan land. Pain, watch me defeat you. Swish. Konohamaru kept gesturing at Light Curtain Pain with a kunai. He was completely immune to Pain's words, because he couldn't understand them at all. He only knew that Pain was the ultimate enemy of Konoha. He was Konoha's enemy, and also his enemy. Maybe Pain was powerful, but he was not weak either. After all, Light Curtain Konohamaru had knocked down an enemy before. Ebisu beside him couldn't help but smile at the innocent and cute Konohamaru. Perhaps Pain had experienced a lot of pain because of the war. But this was not the reason for him to invade Konoha. With the young generation, like Konohamaru, Pain will definitely lose. Mayaboku Mountain. Something bad is going to happen, Master Fukasaku. Naruto and Fukasaku left the training and came to the little red frog. Fukasaku, what happened? The brother Kakuzu, who was in charge of the contact, was killed. What did you say? His name disappeared from the list. Does that mean something happened in Konoha? Naruto was alert when he heard this. Little Naruto, I have a bad feeling. Grandpa Fukasaku, did Akatsuki attack the village? Fortunately, the child's mother is looking for food now and happened to go to Konoha nearby. If the kid is F***G, including us, we can summon very powerful people. Get ready immediately. Konoha Village. Sakura is still in the hospital, treating the injured ninjas and villagers. Analysis class Ino and others rushed to Shizune, whose soul was extracted. In Uzukakiba, Aburim Shino, Hinata and others were surprised by the sudden departure of the enemy. Shikamaru and his father were still analyzing various intelligence of the enemy in the office. But Pain Tendu is floating in the air. I will not forget Yahiko's pain. From now on, let the world feel the pain. It's still the same scene. It gives a completely different feeling to countless people in the ninja world. Konoha. There are villains like Danzo who seek personal gain in war. There are also Konoha ninjas with the will of fire, such as Kakashi, Choji, Konohamaru, etc. Pain may be extremely powerful and have an extremely strong will. He is an extremely powerful enemy, like a god in midair. Turn pain into enlightenment, but cannot destroy Konoha. Naruto will definitely be teleported back instantly after receiving the message. Pain will definitely lose. Chapter 35, Konoha. Ninja School. Okay, it's time for Uzumaki Naruto to appear. Naruto clenched his fists, hoping that Naruto of the Light Curtain would appear. At this time, he could not understand the pain that Pain said. He simply thought, even if you are persecuted by others and feel pain, do you have to persecute others and let innocent people feel pain? Isn't this the thinking of a bad person? Therefore, Naruto really hopes that Naruto of the Light Curtain will stop pain before he releases his big move. Aren't all heroic stories written like this? At the most critical moment, a hero descends from the sky to save the world. This is the most critical moment. Sakura and Ino also stared at the Light Curtain. There are not many scenes in which they appear in the Light Curtain, but they are all working hard to protect Konoha. Like them in the Light Curtain, they expect things to end well. According to the picture on the Light Curtain, the next step should be that Naruto is summoned by the old lady Toad. Konoha has suffered so many devastating blows, it's time for a new life. Wave Country. A certain forest. Can Naruto come back before the Shinra Tensei? He thinks not, because the Light Curtain stories about Naruto are not all fairy tales. The end of the battle in Wave Country in the first act seems to have foreshadowed something. The ninja world is cruel. The Light Curtain should have recorded it truthfully. Zabuza, no, Konoha's level can't be called destruction. But this man named Pain, I think he has some truth in what he said. If things want to change, they must first experience complete destruction. Just like the cruel graduation examination system of the Hidden Mist Village. It may be inevitable to suffer pain in this process. So do you agree with the destruction of Konoha? Zabuza, maybe. He is not a newborn child. Like to read heroic stories. He has experienced too many realistic things in the ninja world. No matter what happened, it seemed to confirm Pain's words. Before peace, there was always war. In the Light Curtain, Shinra Tensei, after the whole body was covered with white light, some pictures gradually emerged. Boom, boom, boom. Countless houses in the entire Konoha village. Its center suddenly produced an explosion with the power of a detonating talisman of hundreds of billions. It was as if a huge rock suddenly fell from the quiet water surface. Under the huge force, it fell on the water surface to form a huge air pit. There were splashes all around, even constantly transmitted to the outer circle and even the outer circle. The water will eventually return to calm after being hit hard, and the stone will sink to the bottom. But this is the neatly arranged residential houses of Konoha. A huge pit formed in the center in an instant. The house at the original center was annihilated and disappeared. There was no trace of the original. It disappeared in an instant. Only a huge basin was left. The power of Shinra Tensei has already changed the topography. The huge destruction has not stopped. The impact force is transmitted in circles. As if there was a natural disaster and earthquake, countless houses floated on the land and spread outward. A 100-meter-high khaki smoke was shaken up. Not only that, the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei that could destroy a country has not dissipated. The khaki smoke rumbled higher and higher, submerging the entire Konoha. Or maybe it can't be called Konoha anymore. All houses were destroyed by the repulsive force, until the outermost protective wall of Konoha Village was knocked down by the stacked stones and wood blocks. This destruction was over. At this moment, there was no standing wall in Konoha. Only a large mud pit remained in the huge inner circle, and only ruins remained in the outer circle. Konoha has been destroyed. A slug about 2 or 3 meters in size came out from the gap between the broken wall blocks with wounds all over its body. A figure squeezed out of the white slug. This is one of the auxiliary abilities of the summoning beast slug. Cough coughs. Sakura knelt down in the ruins and coughed a few times because of the dust and fog outside. After easing up a little, Sakura looked up. The field of vision is very wide, because any building that is a little taller has collapsed. What is this? Sakura stared at the scene in front of her, horrified. At this moment, Sakura is only 16 years old. The home where she grew up has become a ruin. Father's relatives, familiar street vendors, neighbors, and friends. Various fun places where I spent my childhood. Familiar ninja school. All destroyed. Why is this happening? 2 lines of water in the green eyes slide down from the cheeks to the chin. Now Sakura is filled with sadness and despair. Once the tears started, they couldn't stop. Naruto, come quickly. Please. A heart-wrenching voice sounded in the ruins. Naruto. Konoha. Hokage building. At this time, everyone who was sitting in the conference room stood up, looking at the ruins called Konoha in the light curtain. Shinra Tensei. They calculated many possibilities. They didn't expect that this ability of repulsion would be so strong. Shikaku's wisdom can be ranked in Konoha and even in the entire ninja world. But he didn't speculate on the ability of God. The eyes of the legendary founder of the Shinobi sect, the Six Paths Sage. They were actually as powerful as God. Finally, looking at the ruins, everyone present felt very heavy in their hearts. Really, it was destroyed. I thought the previous level was enough. I thought Shinra Tensei didn't have the power of God. And their children, their future. Could it be that they were all destroyed with Konoha at this moment? The heart of the 3rd generation suddenly ached. Even if it was just the light curtain. Even if it was just the possibility of the future. This kind of thing was enough to break the defense of the 3rd generation. His heart was bleeding. From learning from the 2nd generation, witnessing the development and growth of Konoha. The 3rd generation was loyal to Konoha until death. But now he saw every detail of the destruction of Konoha. He felt a sense of suffocation and paralysis. This was a pain he had never felt since he became the 3rd generation. The 3rd generation once had a good impression of the light curtain. Now it has disappeared. After all, this feeling is not pleasant. But Konoha still looks pretty good in the future. He quickly thought of the scenes revealed by Naruto's marriage in the light curtain. The 3rd generation had some hope. Could it be that Naruto can create a miracle? Ninja school. How is it possible? Naruto couldn't believe that the scene in the light curtain was Konoha. Ruins, broken stones, and a broken scene. Naruto was stunned. Then he saw the scene of Sakura crying in sadness. Sakura. Naruto clenched his fists in anger. Naruto, why don't you come back? I didn't expect this story to be like this. Naruto thought he would appear handsomely at the moment before. But until Sakura felt pain, Naruto didn't see him. Dissatisfaction with Naruto. He made up his mind secretly. Sakura was his companion. He would never let Sakura have such a desperate moment. Konoha would not allow any enemy to invade. Even if it was Pain who claimed to be God, he would trample God under his feet. After realizing it, Naruto turned his head and looked in the direction of Sakura. Sakura stood there blankly. Pink-haired Sakura is now 12 years old. Like the light curtain Sakura, she is a little at a loss at this moment. She feels, how can she bear this heavy pain? Suddenly, a slender and strong hand clenched over. Sakura looked up. Ino. She and Ino haven't been so close for a long time. At this time, Ino's active show of goodwill interrupted her mood. Sakura also broke away from the atmosphere of the light curtain. Sakura, you have to have confidence. Hearing this familiar sentence, Sakura instantly recalled the scene when she first met Ino when she was a child. At that time, she also became cheerful with Ino's encouragement. Encouraged again at this moment. The originally negative Sakura was like a shot of cardio tonic. She held Ino's hand with her backhand. Ino, thank you. Then the two looked at the light curtain together. With the help of their companions, Sakura has been able to adjust her emotions and look at the contents of the light curtain with a positive attitude. Konoha is impossible to be destroyed. Even if the light curtain is destroyed in the future, it will definitely not be destroyed in reality. In addition to some companions such as Naruto, Sasuke, Ino, etc., she will also work hard. Pain is bound to lose. A shout seemed to have really called Naruto. The summoning white smoke dissipated. 3 hill-like toads were summoned. Naruto in sage mode stood on the huge body of Gamabunta, looking very heroic. He looked at the strange and huge basin around him and asked curiously, "Where is this?" "Gamabunta, where is the enemy?" Shima, who summoned them, flew up. "Take a good look around here." Sage Naruto looked at the Hokage rock in the distance. "Shima, it's obvious who did this." Sage Naruto appeared in the light curtain with extraordinary momentum, appearing as 3 domineering a giant toad. A wanton red cape, a pair of orange eyes, standing with arms folded, a strong aura. It was the first time for countless people in the ninja world to see the Mayaboku Mountain Sage mode. It was also the first time to see such a handsome Naruto. If the previous Naruto was an unyielding boy, the current Naruto is already a heroic young man who can compete with the previous god Pain. Only the sage Naruto at this moment. Chapter 36, Ruins of Konoha. The 5th Hokage, Tsunade, walks out of the bunker. Just like what Sakura saw, the whole place was in ruins. What's going on? "I can't forgive you. I can never forgive you, Pain." Tsunade uttered these words with difficulty. The diamond-shaped mark on her forehead disappeared. The 100 Healings technique can seal the chakra and the yin seal on the forehead, strengthen the vitality of cells in the body, speed up cell division, and prevent aging. This is why Tsunade is obviously of the same generation as Jiraiya and others, but looks particularly young. It makes it difficult to distinguish the generations. And at this moment, the mark on Tsunade's forehead disappeared. Proves that he has exhausted the chakra stored in his body. Slugs keep appearing in the ruins. Villagers and ninjas come out of the slugs one after another. Konoha is destroyed, but the villagers and ninjas are protected by Tsunade's chakra depletion. Tsunade feels uncomfortable at this moment. It's not just the sight of the ruins that makes her feel uncomfortable. It's also the aging of her body and the feeling of lack of strength that makes her feel uncomfortable. Tsunade cares a lot about her appearance. Otherwise, she wouldn't have learned the 100 Healings technique to keep her body young. But for the sake of the villagers of Konoha, she is willing to give up this kind of thing. Uruka, Konohamaru, Shino, Kiba, and others all managed to escape Pain's indiscriminate Shinra Tensei. Many people were also seriously injured or sacrificed. In a ruin, slugs left the two. "Guard, are you okay, Lady Hinata?" "Well, don't worry about me for now. How are your injuries?" Blue-black-haired Hinata said, as she was about to bandage the wound of the Hyuga family's guard. "Guard, if something happens to Lady Hinata when Lady Hayashi and Lady Hanabi are not around, it will be a lifelong shame. Please don't worry about me." Hinata did not listen to the guard's words. At this moment, she hoped to deal with the most important things first. "No one else can get hurt. You make me feel even more guilty when you say that. Now that the main family members are not here, if everyone is injured, they will definitely be scolded." As she said this, Hinata carefully bandaged the wound on his arm despite the guard's obstruction. After the treatment, Hinata and the guards looked towards the center of the battlefield together. The Hyuga clan's bloodline limit, the Byakugan, can see through the dust and fog and see things far away. Hinata also saw Naruto on the battlefield. With Pain, Pain Tendu saw his mission target and said lightly, "It saves me the time to look for you." Pain flew into the air, summoning technique. All the 6 paths of Pain gathered in an instant. Before Pain launched an attack on the sage Naruto, a figure rushed in front of Naruto. "I am the 5th generation Hokage. You have ravaged the treasures and dreams of our ancestors. I will never forgive. Here, as the Hokage, I will end it with you." Tsunade's voice is half old, but full of power. As the 100 Healings technique disappeared, Tsunade's voice gradually matched her age. But at this moment, she was determined to die. She was willing to take on this situation alone. Rope Tree and Duin were gone, the old man of the 3rd generation was gone, and Jiraiya was gone. Maybe it was time for her too. But before that, she must learn from Pain. Her demeanor as a Konoha princess. "Pain, it seems that you understand the pain a little bit, but I can't find you for nothing." To find. Before he finished speaking, Shirato rushed out like a missile, with flames gushing out from the soles of his feet. The target was Tsunade. The next second, the figure of Sage Naruto suddenly blocked Tsunade. Strongly punched Shirato on the way. Destroyed Shirato with one blow. Sage Naruto raised his head and responded to Pain. "It's me. To deal with these guys, there is no need for the Hokage of Konoha to take action. Grandma, step aside and drink your tea slowly." Tsunade handed the last slug on her body to Sage Naruto. The slug has information about Pain and can also continuously restore chakra. A brief exchange. Sage Naruto learned that Kakashi had died and asked Tsunade and others not to join the battle, so that he would not need to be distracted to protect. Tsunade agreed one by one. Then with the help of the toad, Tsunade, who had lost all her strength, was taken out of the battlefield. Tsunade, who was leaning against the stone wall at this moment, had her skin aged rapidly. Sakura, who was beside her, sensed it and hurried over Tsunade-sama. Tsunade said weakly, "Sakura, it's okay." Sakura slowly held Tsunade's bony hand. "Thank you for your hard work, Tsunade-sama." Konoha Hokage building. The original heavy heart of the 3rd generation even vaguely gave some responsibilities to Tsunade. At this moment, there is no such thought. How many people envy the identity of Hokage? Rope Tree, Dan Naruto, Konohamaru, and even Danzo. But only those who have served as Hokage can understand the meaning and responsibility of this identity. The 5th generation Tsunade, without the support of the predecessors, can sit firmly in this position and do everything she can. She is already a qualified Hokage. But the enemy this time is too powerful. The enemy is in the dark, and Konoha is in the light. The 3rd generation realizes that if he were in her situation, he might not be able to do so well. Tsunade looks old at the moment. In fact, in the eyes of Sakura on the light curtain, in the eyes of his 3rd generation, they all look like the proud princess of Konoha. Ninja school. Kakashi looked at the princess of Konoha on the light curtain. He also recognized the 5th generation Hokage in his heart. In one's life, it is very likely that one will face an enemy that he is unable to resist. If he encounters such a situation, he can muster the courage to face it, strengthen his beliefs, and strive to do what he should do. The result of the matter is no longer important. The 5th generation Hokage is also a competent Hokage. On the rocky road, Jiraiya stared at the figure on the light curtain without blinking. He has known Tsunade for decades, but he didn't expect to see her old here. He felt mixed feelings. He is a lustful immortal who values appearance very much, but at this moment, he doesn't feel that Tsunade on the light curtain is old at all. Sound Village. Feeling some emotional fluctuations from Lord Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto has always respected Orochimaru. Orochimaru's will is his will. Orochimaru looked at him coldly with a snake-like look. He didn't say anything, and then continued to look at the light curtain. He loves scientific research, and at this moment, he also needs to see a corner of his future scientific research through the light curtain to facilitate his future plans. Seeing this scene of an old acquaintance at this time, His understanding of life is really fragile has deepened. However, the idea of tsunade on the light curtain may fail. Pain is not so easy to deal with. Chapter 37, Pain watched quietly. In fact, he had already exhausted his chakra by using Super Shinra Tense before. Now he needs time to recover. But for him, Naruto in front of him is not a concern. The animal path summons Hellhound and Bullfight to block in front. Senjutsu Big Ball Rasengan. The Sage evolution of Rasengan. A huge aqua blue vortex energy ball. The power is far greater than the ordinary Rasengan. Knocked down Hellhound and Bullfight quickly. The hungry ghost path rushed forward. Naruto knew the opponent's ability to absorb ninjutsu through the slug. At the same time, all Pain clones share the same vision. Cannot find a blind spot. Frog Kumite. This is through the use of natural energy. The energy attached to the hand will become part of the hand. This is the invisible fist. It looks like it didn't hit, but the actual force is the same as a fist. This is the Sage mode. No time to dilly-dally. Sage Naruto suddenly raised his head. Use the new technique to decide the winner in one go. Pain said calmly, I see you have already learned Sage mode. I also learned techniques from Jiraiya, who was once my teacher. To you, I am your senior brother. We are from the same school and should understand each other. Master has always been looking forward to peace. What a joke. Without waiting for Pain to continue stalling, Sage Naruto raised the huge wind-style Rasen Shuriken. Super Chakra Amount. Super Dense Chakra Rasengan. High-speed rotating Chakra Shuriken as fast as white light. You did this. Naruto recalled the series of destructions Pain had caused in Konoha and was furious. How can we see peace in this situation? Pain, you only see one tree but not the forest. You just don't understand the meaning of peace. Just surrender. Your death will bring peace. Naruto throws the wind chakra shuriken in his hand with all his strength. Didn't I tell you not to joke? Hit the target. The range of the wind chakra shuriken spreads rapidly. A violent explosion. Seeing the body of the human way annihilated in the huge and sharp spiral shuriken. Pain looked at Naruto with a little more respect. The power is good, but the accuracy is too low. As Deidara said, it seems that he is not a guy who can listen to others. Then, Pain's other 5 ways continued to fight with Naruto and his summoning frog. Pain still watched quietly. You know, until now, he has never taken action. And Naruto's Sage mode doesn't seem to last too long. Naruto's orange eyeshadow slowly disappears. Sage mode is lifted. At the beginning, Naruto had the upper hand and used the most powerful ninjutsu he had learned. Unfortunately, it had no effect on Pain. As the battle time lengthened, the situation became increasingly unfavorable to Naruto. At this moment, his thoughts were unbeatable. But this was not a reason for him to admit defeat, just like his previous battles. Against Zabuza during his Genin period. The use of that transformation technique. Naruto used a similar trick again. With the help of the summoning toads. With the supplement of the chakra of the Shadow Clone Sage technique. With the deliberate exposure of flaws, using natural energy to turn the enemy into a toadstone. Unfortunately, the enemy is Pain. In the face of absolute strength, any strategy is useless. Tenchiang Tenyan. Fukasaku Toad was sucked over and flew towards the black stick with his eyes wide open. Puffed. The black stick pierced his heart. Fukasaku Toad was sacrificed. Naruto was instantly stunned when he saw this scene. The master who taught him Sage mode was also Jiraiya's master. The elder grandfather of Myaboku Mountain, the Toad Sage. Asshole. Tenchiang Tenyan. Instantly Naruto's body was sucked over. Pain took Naruto's neck and slammed him to the ground. Then he folded Naruto's hands, took out the black stick and nailed it, piercing the palm of his hand. The black stick's natural suppression of the tailed beasts. Naruto was nailed to the ground in pain. His entire body was bound. The Ninetales was captured. From the highlight appearance of the Sage Naruto to the current, the Ninetales was captured. All it takes is for Pain Tendo to do it himself. The people of the ninja world were stunned by the twists and turns of this battle. Wow! Naruto was summoned in a heroic manner. It's impossible to deal with these guys. We need the Hokage of Konoha to take action. It was still the words that the familiar and confident Naruto could say. It was indeed as he said. Naruto in Sage mode was incredibly strong. Sage technique Big Ball Rasengan. Sage technique Rasen Shuriken. That huge Rasengan was completely different from the small balls that Konohamaru had rolled out before. Not to mention the power of that Rasen Shuriken. The damage range expanded instantly after hitting the target. It was so easy to destroy the body. It was almost destroyed into powder. It really turned into ash directly. But Pain didn't even have any emotional changes. Watching indifferently, this was a crushing posture. Pain knew that he could easily suppress the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Once, Naruto used that move, the Shuriken transformation technique, and everyone was amazed. This time, it was still the same move. Pain's 10,000 things, Heaven Attraction, instantly broke Naruto's plan. Countless ninjas looking at the light curtain were impressed by the strength Pain showed. No wonder he could invade the strongest Konoha Village alone. He has the confidence. At the same time, they were also very strange. The Nine-Tails in Naruto's body was completely suppressed by the special black stick. Now the power of the Nine-Tails cannot be released at all. How did Naruto fight back? Konoha Ninja School. The atmosphere was silent at this moment. Everyone was shocked by the content revealed by the light curtain. Naruto was also speechless by Pain's strength. Sakura looked at Naruto in the light curtain with some concern. Sasuke looked at the miserable scene in the light curtain and frowned. However, Hinata clenched her hands tightly, her fists clenched tightly. She even began to use the Byakugan that was only needed in battle. Some meridians around the Byakugan were faintly visible. Watching the blood flowing from Naruto-kun's palm on the light curtain, and Naruto-kun's painful expression, listening to Naruto-kun's screams of pain, Hinata's heart seemed to be tightened. How could it be possible? How could Naruto-kun be defeated? He once said that he was the future Hokage of Konoha. He also has the ninja way of keeping his word. He couldn't give up his promise to the fifth Hokage. Naruto-kun, Chapter 38. You will be a little more obedient now, Nine-Tails. Who are you? Where did you come from? Why did you do this? Seeing the sacrifice of Grandpa Fukasaku, Naruto was full of hatred for Pain in front of him. One companion after another. This Pain. You ask me why. Things always happen suddenly, and the reasons are only discovered after the fact. War is accompanied by pain, and it is all sudden. Only after experiencing war can people recognize peace. Only after experiencing pain can people understand pain. In this case, let me think about it and talk about it a little bit. Why did you do this, even if you ask me this? Even if I tell you the reason, nothing will change. Things have already happened in the past. This body at this moment, Pain or Yahiko. The development of this trajectory is inevitable. There were signs from the beginning. Conquer the world and become the god of the world. Only in this way can peace be achieved. But what's the harm in talking to you again? Naruto, I don't have anything to say to you. Pain, my goal is to complete the will that Jiraiya-sensei failed to complete. As I said just now, I want to foster peace and achieve justice. Naruto, peace, justice, are you kidding me? Take my master. Take my teacher. Take my companion. Take my village. What qualifications do you have to speak so arrogantly and boastfully when you are in this state? Pain looked down at Naruto, who was full of hatred in front of him. So, what is your purpose? Naruto, I want to defeat you. I want to make this ninja world peaceful. Pain, really? That's really a great thing. This is justice. But you made my family, my companions, and my village the same as this village. It's you Konoha ninjas. How the Whirlpool country was destroyed, Konoha probably knows the most. We must not allow peace and justice to be mentioned all the time. Naruto, what's going on? The Land of Fire and Konoha are already too powerful. In order to protect national interests, it is necessary to obtain national interests through wars between major powers. Otherwise, the country and the people in the village will starve, and it is our small countries and villages that become the battlefields of these major wars. Every time a war is launched, our country will be devastated. After several wars, the major powers have stabilized, but they have left us small countries with endless pain. It is the same thing you expect. We all want to achieve the peace that Jiraiya-sensei talked about. There is no difference between you and me. We act for our own justice. The justice I implement for Konoha is exactly the same as what you want to do to me. The pain of losing something important is the same for everyone. You and I are both people who understand this pain. You are for your justice, I am for my justice. We are both ordinary people who seek revenge in the name of justice. But if revenge can be called justice, then this justice will inevitably generate more hatred, causing a chain reaction of hatred. Now, living in this environment, understanding the past and predicting the future, you will know. Humans are creatures that will never understand each other. The world of ninjas is dominated by hatred. If it were you, how would you face this hatred in order to achieve peace? I want to hear your answer. Naruto, this kind of thing, I don't know, no. Pain, I founded Akatsuki to stop this chain of hatred. I can stop it. For this, I want the power of the Nine Tails. I will use the power of all the tailed beasts to create tailed beast weapons that are dozens of times stronger than the power that destroyed this village. So powerful that they can destroy a country in an instant. Let the world experience real pain. The fear of pain can prevent wars and lead the world to a stable and peaceful world. Naruto, but this kind of peace is just a lie. Pain, humans are not such smart creatures. If they don't do this, they can't create peace. And this pain will eventually heal after a few decades. The inhibitory force will weaken again, then after that, people will start a war again. This time, they will use the tailed beast weapons themselves to confirm the true pain again. Then there will be a temporary peace. In this endless river of hatred, a short peace will be born from pain. This is my wish. Outside the hidden rain village, the entrance of the cave, listening to the leader's grand ambition, almost everyone in Akatsuki felt impressed by Pain. They turned their eyes to Pain. Pain looked at the light curtain indifferently. This posture seemed to overlap with the light curtain Pain. Nagato heard these words through Pain. He was filled with heaviness and recognition. He didn't know how the people in the ninja world would view their organization after the light curtain spread his ideas. But the important thing is, in the light curtain, he has always insisted on his own ideas. He even reached the last moment of realizing the dream of peace. The capture of the Nine Tails was completed. Normally, the light curtain Pain is the winner. But after watching the light curtain for a long time, Pain knew that there would be a turning point. Haku Zabuza Gura and the current light curtain Pain are all stepping stones for the light curtain Naruto. This is Naruto's passion is rekindled. But at this time, he was able to remain calm. He did everything and said everything. Just like the fifth Hokage. His mission has ended, and it seems that he can rest. Itachi is looking at Pain, not far away at this moment. There are quite a few waves in his heart. He knows that the Akatsuki organization has a huge conspiracy, and that Pain is powerful. But he didn't expect that his ambition would be so lofty. At this moment, Itachi admires Pain. It's a pity. After all, he is on the side of Konoha. Itachi knows this clearly. He looks at the light curtain. Now he can only hope that, after all the playbacks on the light curtain are over, he can bring something to the ninja world. Abido looks at Pain in the light curtain. He is in a good mood. Although Pain's ultimate the goal is contrary to his goal. But as long as they are all collecting tailed beasts and synthesizing the 10 tails, he can still cooperate with Pain. But I didn't expect it. Pain collected the 9 tails and caused such a big disturbance in Konoha. Really? Z frowned and looked at the light curtain. Damn it. It will definitely be exposed. At this moment, Zetsu has no illusions about the light curtain. Pain's deep plan was revealed so easily. Then its long plan might also be exposed in the mouth of the light curtain Zetsu. He even made up his mind at this moment. He must be a mute in the future. See if he can find a bug in the light curtain. What if reality can affect the light curtain? Chapter 39. 7 black rods pierced through Naruto's body, locking him firmly on the ground. This is what Hyuga Hinata saw through her Byakugan at this time. Listen carefully, I will definitely get the title of Hokage. Just wait and see. Remember, a cold winter night, snowflakes fluttering. The painful guilt of Neji's brother, who was like a bird in a cage. Little Hinata ran out alone, walking aimlessly, until she met little Naruto. Little Naruto with a warm smile. You have such a big family, why are you still crying? Like me, there is no one around me, but I never cry. He was obviously excluded by so many people in the village, but he was still so optimistic. He often swore his dream. The more he was frustrated, the more courageous he became. The strong heart could infect many people. Hinata happened to be one of them. Compared with him, the suffocating atmosphere of his family seemed no longer scary. Hinata, I want to be as strong as my father, as gentle as my mother. I want to be a great ninja. She failed to compete with her sister Hanabi for the position of heir to the main family and ran away from the family sadly. She was hit by the 3 children and asked to apologize. She apologized on her knees. At this most sad and desperate moment, Naruto saved her. I am Uzumaki Naruto, the future Hokage. If it weren't for Naruto, Hinata would not have changed from a weak character to a strong character. In the Chunin exam, she faced Neji, who had never won. Hinata would not have had the courage. She would not have never given up after being knocked down again and again. Pain, it's almost time to take you away. Pain raised his hand. Huh? Hinata interrupted Pain with her soft fist. At this time, Naruto looked up and could only see that heroic figure. Under Pain's constant verbal attack, Naruto knew that the other party was wrong, but he didn't know how to refute. What's more, the other party's strength was unimaginable. Naruto had already used all his strength, but the other party's posture was still so relaxed. This black stick that restrained the tailed beast's chakra. A complete dead end. Until Hinata. Is it reinforcement? Why did you come out? Run away. You can't beat that guy at all. Hinata, I acted on my own initiative. What are you talking about? How could you run to such a dangerous place? Hinata, I came here on my own accord. I want to help Naruto this time. You just cry and give up from the beginning. I almost went astray several times. I am like this. It's all Naruto brought me back to the right path. I always chase after Naruto, want to catch up with Naruto. I always want to walk side by side with Naruto, always want to stay by Naruto's side. It was Naruto who changed me. It was Naruto's smile that saved me. So if it's to protect Naruto, I won't even be afraid of death. Because I like Naruto the most. The weak girl who used to faint when she said a word to Naruto. In this dying situation, she can confess calmly. This chain, maybe it's not just Naruto's influence. There is also Hinata, who is determined to die at this moment. It can be regarded as the last words before death. Looking at the confession of the blue-black female ninja in the light curtain, many sentimental people in the ninja world burst into tears. They can roughly guess the scene of Naruto's wedding in the light curtain before. Who is Naruto's partner? In this situation, it is difficult to end without getting married. Konoha Hokage building. Hyuga Hayashi looked at the grown-up person in the light curtain. He couldn't help but have many fluctuations in his heart. As the head of the clan, he focused more on the clan. He trained Hinata and Hanabi with the goal and method of being the heirs of the main family. In this situation, there is naturally less care as a father. Before he saw this scene, he had always lost confidence in Hinata. He thought she was a weak girl after all. She couldn't become an excellent ninja. She couldn't inherit the clan. As the daughter of the head of the Hyuga clan, she was not worthy of the position. She wouldn't be recognized by him. But seeing this scene now, Hyuga Hayashi felt stunned and relieved. He didn't agree with Hinata's behavior of going up even though she knew she couldn't win. But Hinata's strong will and determination were recognized by him. Hyuga clan land. Hinata Hanabi looked at the female ninja in the light curtain. She couldn't help but show admiration towards eyes and smiles. That battle between the heirs of the main family. My sister lost the game because she let me win. In terms of strength alone, my sister is better than her. Hanabi has regarded her sister as an idol since she was a child. Even though her sister went to the ninja school, her opinion of her sister did not change. She knew that her sister had always had a crush on the last place Naruto. At first, he did not like Naruto. After the projection of the light curtain, she slowly changed her opinion of Naruto. Until now, she saw her sister bravely standing in front again. Her sister's figure was once again engraved in her heart like a brand. This kind of sister is the first time she has seen. She is more dazzling than she has ever seen before. No wonder Naruto of the light curtain has improved so fast. My sister can still catch up. Perhaps it is this kind of determination and tenacity. At this moment, Hanabi, as the heir of the family, has been working hard to practice the family secrets. Now it seems it should be impossible to catch up with her sister. But as the backing of her sister's family, she also wanted to learn from her sister's strength and determination. At this moment, she was determined again in her heart. Ninja school. Naruto looked at the girl who confessed in the light curtain. He was not only stunned. There was a huge wave in his heart. This strange girl would look away when she saw him. Unexpectedly, Naruto himself couldn't believe his own charm. He was the last one. He was not as good-looking as Sasuke. In the previous wedding scene in the light curtain, Naruto always thought that he should catch up with Sakura. But now, Naruto's heart slowly changed again. Could it be that Hinata is not the Hinata who has experienced a lot in the light curtain after all? Not the Hinata in desperate situation. Seeing the confession scene in the light curtain, Hinata's face was once as red as a steaming girl. If there were no crowds of people standing between her and Naruto, she would. As a result, the crowd seemed to be very good at observing the atmosphere and moved away one after another, leaving space between Hinata and Naruto. Naruto was still smiling optimistically, and now he was touching his head and felt a little embarrassed. Hinata fainted directly. Sakura also liked this couple very much. She was talking to Ino with a smile. Sasuke humped boring things. Kakashi watched this scene. He kept sighing that it was really a youthful and lively age. But he turned back to look at the light curtain. Kakashi knew that the light curtain was not here to support the CP. This battle is not over yet. Chapter 40, Clear Snapping Sound. Hinata takes advantage of Pain's quiet watching, kicks off a black stick, then breaks the second one. Shinra Tensei. The huge repulsive force knocks Hinata's body dozens of meters away. Hinata wipes the blood from the corner of her mouth, gets up, and continues to rush towards Naruto. Repulsive force, huge repulsive force. Hinata's body is blown away again. Naruto, Hinata. Hinata stands up with a blood mark on her forehead. Soft steps double lion fist. Based on the soft fist chakra on the hand is transformed. Two dark blue, translucent ferocious lion heads are formed. The strong will hidden in the fist is like a pair of lions. Facing Hinata's fist, Pain keeps dodging. Nagato coughs up blood. Hinata was hitting the target. She did not continue to attack and turned back to break another black stick on Naruto's body. Shinra Tensei. Hinata's body was hit high into the air, then fell to the ground like a sandbag. 3 consecutive Shinra Tensei. The internal organs may have been broken and bleeding. I won't escape. If you can do it, don't make decisions about people casually. Hinata, come on. I thought you were dark, rustic, and a weird guy who was slow to do things. But I like guys like you." Naruto's words filled her mind. Hinata stubbornly propped herself up again and crawled towards Naruto with strength, as if she was the unyielding self in the Chunin exam. Now she also wants to prove herself. "Pain, I don't understand, with your limited power, why do you want to go against me? Why fight? You know you will die. Hinata, do what you say and move forward bravely. Because this is my ninja way." Great repulsion, huge suction. Hinata's body flew into the air and then was sunk heavily into the ground. Naruto watched helplessly. Pain grabbed the black stick and stabbed it into the pit without hesitation. Puff! The sound of piercing the body. That's exactly what happened. My parents were also killed in front of my eyes by you Konoha ninjas. It is because of love that sacrifice and hatred are derived. Only then can we know pain. Blood diffused from the pit. Bright red. Still warm. Red erodes the less. The range is getting bigger and bigger. Yes, know the pain. Hate me. A huge impact force spreads from Naruto. A red and black light column penetrates the sky, exuding a terrifying might. Naruto transforms into the energy of the tailed beast, completely transformed into the nine tails. At this moment, Naruto has basically lost his mind. He has only one goal: kill Pain in front of him. Outside the hidden rain village, at the entrance of the cave. Originally, Pain always had the upper hand. None of the Akatsuki members present could find hope for Naruto to turn defeat into victory. The same is true for the female ninja who confessed in the middle of the battle. They think they are just an ordinary sacrificial ninja, just like Kakashi, Shizune, Tsunade, Fukasaku, Shima, and others. It's just that the light curtain Pain wants to let the light curtain Naruto know Pain again. If she didn't stop Pain from collecting the nine tails, she might not have sacrificed herself. I just didn't expect it. It was Hinata's sacrifice that made Naruto go berserk. Ultimate Nine Tails transformation. The tails don't even reach the level of 9, but the power is so terrifying. The sacrifice of a life has the ability to make Naruto so strong. This made everyone in the Akatsuki organization dumbfounded. Hidden, our invincible leader Pain is not going to lose. Kakuzu didn't bother to pay attention to this idiotic and talkative partner. He secretly wrote down the 4 words Uzumaki Naruto in his manual. Sure enough, he was still careless. He almost made the same mistake as Zabuza. This level of strength. He can't go to Konoha to earn commissions as he did before. What if he is unlucky one day and offends Hinata? Naruto goes berserk. Not to mention 5 hearts, 50 hearts can't stand this. I thought Pain was already invincible in Konoha. It turns out that the light curtain still has a trick up its sleeve. Phaeton looked at Naruto, running wild in the light curtain. He couldn't help but worry about Pain's failure. After all, ever since he heard Pain's dream in the light curtain, he has sincerely become a Pain member of the Akatsuki organization. Looking forward to the 10 Tails gathering. The tailed beast weapons shine in the ninja world. In the tailed beast in front of the weapon, his explosive art seemed a bit trivial. It had to be a tailed beast-level instant art. But now, the 9-tailed Jinchuriki that he had underestimated suddenly went crazy. Can Chief Pain's 10-tailed deterrence plan still succeed? Conan stared blankly at Naruto in the light curtain explosion. He is worthy of being the protagonist chosen by the light curtain. Because of the sacrifice of a female ninja. Hatred sometimes overwhelms people's minds. How did Naruto come back from hatred and pain? Abido looked at the light curtain, and Naruto turned into the 9-tailed. He was actually very frightened. On the night of the 9-tailed, he had never seen the 9-tailed Kurama have such power. And this is just the 9-tailed Jinchuriki. The power seems even more terrifying. However, this scene made Abido agree with his plan again. Pain to collect the 9-tailed. Hinata to protect Naruto. Just as Pain said, humans are creatures that will never understand each other. Unlike Pain believes that pain can bring peace. Obito believes that eternal dreams that meet each other's wishes can bring peace. He has observed too many such things in the ninja world. Light Curtain Naruto fell into hatred. If he wants to stop suffering, only by entering the world he created. And if he wants to enter the world he created, only the moon I planned. Z watched the explosion of Light Curtain Naruto. He was secretly annoyed. He even felt that if Pain didn't have a bad hand, he didn't kill the female ninja named Hinata. The plan to collect the Nine Tails would have gone smoothly. This Pain is really bad. After watching the Battle of Light Curtain, Zetsu was ready to carry out his own private plan. Nagato didn't do his job. Obito had a different mind. Only Madara, the guy who had seen the Six Paths stone tablet. He was the one who really did things. Nagato stared at the Light Curtain through Pain's samsara eye. He had deep empathy for Naruto or Pain. His loved ones died in front of him. When he was young, he saw the invasion of Konoha ninjas with his own eyes. Later, he met two companions, Yahiko and Konan. The result happened again. Yahiko even sacrificed the kunai in his hand. This kind of pain is not only experienced by Naruto. Not only them, there are countless people in the ninja world who have similar pain. At this moment, Naruto has completely turned into the Nine Tails. Full of hatred. And the Nine Tails Kurama itself is a collection of hatred. Now with Naruto's help, I'm afraid it will be unsealed and appear in the world again. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki and Hatred. Kill me. Chapter 41, Konoha. Ninja School. Hinata. Naruto screamed, looking at the blood spreading in the hole of the Light Curtain. And the blue-purple figure. Silently. No sound came from the hole. Hinata sacrificed. I don't know why, but dozens of hedgehogs in Naruto's heart kept rolling. They seemed to be in pain. At some point, two traces flowed from Naruto's eyes. Very smoothly, two strands like clear water. The girl who used to be very shy when she saw him. The girl he often forgot. Why so sad? Naruto himself didn't know this emotion. After all, he used to like Sakura, a particularly cheerful girl. Naruto hasn't graduated from the ninja school yet. But he has a deep feeling. He is only sad at this moment. Hinata woke up slowly after others stopped paying attention to her fainting. At this moment, she was looking at the scene of her own death in the Light Curtain. It felt strange. It seemed that she would die like this in the future. In fact, she also admired Hinata of Light Curtain. Brave confession, tenacious battle. Hinata believed that she did not have this awareness at this time. Although Hinata of Light Curtain sacrificed herself, she was still an extremely shining character in Hinata's heart. Result. Suddenly heard Naruto's exclamation. She immediately turned her attention from the Light Curtain to Naruto. A completely different Naruto. Decayed like a drowned little fox. With his hands drooping. Hinata seemed to see the scene of Naruto sitting alone on the swing when he was a child. Poor helpless. Even more lonely. Could this be the effect of Hinata, of Light Curtain's confession? Does Naruto prefer this kind of girl? Hinata felt that she was up and down with Naruto's emotions at this time. And a little sad. It shouldn't be. Naruto should not be in the crazy state in the Light Curtain. Nor should he be lonely. In Hinata's heart, Naruto will never be defeated and will never admit defeat. Always shouting Uzumaki Naruto, you will definitely become a ninja in the future. This is the state. Hinata believes that Naruto has been growing. It is because of his mentality. This is his ninja way. In the Light Curtain, it also became the ninja way of Hinata in the Light Curtain. But Naruto who has not grown up. Naruto who is running wild in the Light Curtain. None of them are the correct postures of Naruto. Naruto needs real help. Hyuga clan land. Seeing his sister being knocked down again and again. And then standing up again and again. Hanabi clenched her fists tightly. She was worried about her sister's physical condition. With such a heavy blow, can she continue to be a ninja in the future? She also hopes that her sister will stand up tenaciously again. This kind of sister is her ultimate idol, just like the gentle and omnipotent sister Hinata that she saw when she was very young, until she saw her sister fall into the pit and was brutally killed by pain. Hanabi's Byakugan opened unconsciously. The meridians around both temples are clearly visible. These slightly ferocious eyes represent that the Hyuga clan has started the battle state. If Hanabi had a little bystander mentality before, at this moment she has hatred for the light curtain pain. She will not allow her sister to sacrifice. If she were at the scene, she would also be prepared to stand in front of her sister. Looking at the runaway Naruto in the light curtain, you must kill this enemy named Pain. Otherwise, I will not agree with you. Hokage building. Hyuga Hayashi also opened his Byakugan angrily. The people around him noticed his emotions and knew that it was not appropriate to disturb him at this time. The third generation also understood Hyuga Hayashi's emotions. When Konoha ninjas, even the fifth Hokage, died one after another, the third Hokage was also angry and hurt. Hayashi, as the head of the clan, he is also a father. He has never forgotten his identity as a father. It's just that he usually hides it. You know, he started with little Hinata and little Hanabi in his arms. Gradually grew up. Even if Hinata didn't get his approval, he would not ignore her. As a second choice, it doesn't matter as long as she can grow up safely. But, in his eyes, Gwangmu Hinata is already a qualified heir to the main family. She is his proud daughter, but she died right under his nose. This feeling, as the head of the clan, he always needs to consider the overall situation and control his emotions. He couldn't help but get angry. Just like Hanabi, in Hayashi's eyes, this Pain is already an undoubted enemy of the Hyuga family. Hayashi is to agree with Naruto's outburst and revenge on Pain, who is now too bullying. Forest training ground. Hyuga Neji looked at the scene in the light curtain. He felt very complicated. Regarding Hinata, his attitude changed a lot. From the first meeting Hinata's sister, said to protect her, to the seal of the caged bird. Then his father Hyuga Hisashi died. Neji was full of hatred for the main family and even Hinata. He had better talent, but because he was in a branch family, he had to be controlled by the main family. Became a servant-like existence. His life was threatened by them. Seeing Hinata sacrifice on the light curtain at this moment, Neji was a little relieved, but more of a discouragement. It was not the feeling of successful revenge that he imagined. People without strength. The ninja world is actually just a bigger caged bird. I have no idea when my life will end. However, Neji couldn't understand Naruto. Always able to create miracles. Perhaps only Naruto in the light curtain is a truly free existence. Neji looked at Naruto, who was running wild in the light curtain. The ending is definitely not a mutual destruction or Pain's victory. The first battle was with a companion, and the second battle was with a companion. Which companion is the third battle? In the light curtain, the painting style collapsed. Naruto, or can only become the four-tailed state of the runaway nine-tailed fox. The whole body is dark black and red, like a ghost in a nightmare. The most terrifying existence, extending endless hatred. Four-tailed Naruto overturns the already damaged ground. Boulder after boulder flies towards Pain. Pain, who seems to be always calm, shows a fighting spirit on his face. Boulder after boulder breaks in his hands. The boulder is just a prelude. Following closely comes the four-tailed, nine-tailed Jinchuriki, the gathering body of hatred. One punch, half of his face deforms like rubber. Then comes the super boulder hammer. One hammer. Two hammers. Three hammers. Every punch and every hammer is an expression of hatred. But hatred is endless. Pain's entire body sank into the stone, leaving only his orange-haired head with Rinnegan. Do you hate me? Then the hate collection reacted. Shinra Tensei. Pain easily lifted himself up from the stone and left, standing on the damaged ground again. Can you still say that people can truly understand each other? At this moment, Pain was still emphasizing his vision. This actually also shows. Facing Naruto, facing Konoha. He felt a little fear. So he needed others to agree with his ideas. He needed the enemy to be convinced. This statement obviously had the opposite effect. Wow! The sky changes dramatically. Lightning and thunder, dark clouds fill the sky. White, cold, and shiny bones grow from the body of hatred. 2 more tails. The 6-tailed, 9-tailed Jinchuriki. The fossilized bones are like those of a wild beast. But this is alive, and its body is filled with hatred. Pain looks at the monster, changing in front of him calmly. The former Naruto. The former hero in Konoha's eyes. That's all. But my pain is greater than yours. Pain's face collapses instantly. It's like the hatred accumulated in his heart, for decades overflowing on his face. Twisted mouth. Twisted nose. Twisted samsara eyes. Chapter 42, One Punch. Pain's fist hit the ground hard. This land has fought countless battles. Super Shinra Tensei overturned 1 layer. 9-tailed runaway overturned multiple layers. At this moment, with a punch that vented his hatred, Pain overturned the last layer. Puff Zai Kai. A huge water column shot out from under Pain's feet. Earth changes. The topography is completely changed. The original boulder area instantly formed a huge wave, eroding the entire land step by step. The dark clouds accumulated in the sky were also washed away. The sky was clear and the air was fresh. Also changed the weather. Pain's strength is so terrifying. Wait for the water flow to stabilize. At this moment, the battle between Pain and the 9-tailed Jinchuriki is already on the water. The body of the 6-tailed, 9-tailed Jinchuriki can be infinitely extended like a rubber man. It can also fire countless red energy bombs like a war weapon with unlimited firepower. Shinra Tensei blocks countless energy bombs. HMPH, is that all? Obviously not. Another dense and larger energy bomb. Pain's body is overturned. Pain stabilizes his body. Very capable. A few more exchanges. This level of battle will not produce results in a short time. Unlike Pain's invasion of Konoha. A crushing attack. At this moment, both sides are at the same level. Suddenly, a blue-green crystal necklace appears on the neck of Naruto, who has transformed from the 6-tailed beast to the 9-tailed beast. It is particularly eye-catching in the black and red mass of hatred. The necklace seems to sense something and continuously releases blue-green energy balls. It seems to be restraining the violent 9-tailed beast Jinchuriki. Cracked. The tailed beast Jinchuriki holds the crystal necklace and exerts force. The crystal shatters. The peak battle of the ninja world. Countless ninjas outside the light curtain are immersed in it, and all of them sigh like this. A crushing battle. The scene of Konoha being unilaterally oppressed by Pain. Despite the manifestation of the will of fire of the Konoha ninjas. But the will of fire cannot change the situation of being crushed. After all, it is an equal power competition. A back-and-forth strength confrontation. The top battle between God Pain and Shura 9-tailed beast. This is what really makes everyone in the ninja world excited. Can the strength of ninjas really be so high? With great momentum, changing the world. It can really be like in the light curtain, the earth has become a battlefield. Withstand and release the fatal attack, just like eating and drinking. This battle changed the narrow perception of ninjas about the strength of ninjas. On the road in the forest, Tsunade stared at the broken necklace on the light curtain in a daze. Younger brother Nawaki, I am the grandson of the first Hokage who founded Konoha Village. One day I will inherit the title of Hokage and protect everyone. A man's word is a promise. Nawaki's innocent smile seems to be vivid in my mind. The next day, Nawaki left the only necklace behind when he went to the war. No bones left. Duin, I don't want to see the people I cherish die again. I want to become a Hokage and become a person who protects everyone. Then in the mission, Duin, who lost his internal organs, lay in the rainy forest. Tsunade could only watch Duin slowly die. "I don't want to die yet, I still have a lot of things to do." These were Duin's last words. Naruto, I, Uzumaki Naruto, am destined to be a ninja in the future. Looking at the light screen, Tsunade knew. She once again placed her bet on Naruto. If the Nine-Tails Naruto, who ran away this time, was sealed by the sealing energy in the necklace, wouldn't it be that Pain would win? Fortunately, the necklace was broken. Tsunade didn't know what to think for a moment. This necklace seems to really have the power of a curse. Rope Tree Duin. A faint sense of guilt spread from the bottom of her heart. Holding the crystal necklace on her chest, Tsunade still couldn't bear to throw it away. After all, it was a necklace left by her grandfather. After thinking about it, Tsunade kept it. Since Naruto can break the curse once, breaking it a second time is also okay. Looking at the runaway Naruto. In fact, Tsunade was also worried. If this continues, 4 tails, 6 tails, 8 tails. Finally, the 9 tails devoured Naruto's mind. Pain squatted and watched from a distance. The seal has been unlocked. Here it comes, accompanied by exciting background music. The battle seemed to be about to reach its most exciting part. The red body of hatred rushed towards Pain, faster than a giant shark in the sea. The white water behind him rose as if boiling. The impact caused the sea to surge. Pain's figure standing on the monolith looked so weak under the huge waves. Relying on the use of repulsion and suction, Pain clings tightly to the monolith like a lonely boat. Let the waves surge on the monolith, but it remains motionless. Red pillars. Countless red pillars penetrate the monolith under Pain's feet. The last monolith is broken into a pile of powder. Senra Tensei. Pain steps on the land. The area forms an air zone. A huge amount of clear water is surging around. Hateful Claw. The invincible Shinra Tensei failed to block this punch. The red giant claw is printed on Pain's face. Pain's rubber-like flexible face is deformed again. Pain's distorted face is shocked. Impossible, he actually withstood the Shinra Tensei. This feeling is something that Pain and Nagato have never felt before. The invincible Shinra Tensei. The Shinra Tensei that overturned the entire Konoha. The Shinra Tensei that controlled the entire Akatsuki organization. The concept of its invincibility was actually broken by the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Pain's body is deeply embedded in the stone under the heavy blow. The gathering of hatred does not stop. Countless large and small water balls, red energy balls. The tailed beast ball gathers into a blue-purple chaos. On the other side, suddenly 2 hands sprouted from the stone. Hands clasped together. 10,000 things attract the sky. The huge rock severely suppressed the Jinchuriki, who was making the huge tailed beast ball. Boom! The rock splashed in all directions under the huge energy of the tailed beast ball. A huge explosion. Dim red fire. A huge translucent spherical explosion wave. Wait for the aftermath of the explosion to dissipate. Looking at the 9-tailed Jinchuriki, who is still full of momentum. Pain, the power of the 9-tailed is really amazing. Since the 9-tailed is so strong, he has decided on his next plan. Shinra Tensei is useless, he has another trick. The moon hanging high in the sky was created by this power. I don't know if the 9-tailed fox can bear it. Wherever he points to, everything that stands in his way is an enemy. HMPH, Chapter 43, Under the Leadership of Pain. The 9-tails Jinchuriki followed and came to the vicinity of Nagato's secret cave. This dark place that never sees the sun. Nagato Chibaku Tensei. Conan, you don't have to do this. Your body is all ready. Nagato, be quiet, Conan. I need to concentrate. Put your hands together. A huge amount of chakra has been transferred to your hands. Open your hands again. Release a black energy ball the size of a meatball. The density is extremely high. This is also the most primitive state of Chibaku Tensei. It will fly into the air and attract nearby rocks. Create a huge rock sphere. This is a sealing technique at the level of the Rinnegan. Pain outside took control of the black energy ball. Chibaku Tensei. He raised his hands high. Large pieces of rock were sucked into the energy ball in the sky. Finally formed a rock sphere with a diameter of several hundred meters, standing still in the sky, forming a solar eclipse. And the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has been successfully sealed. Looking at the huge sphere in the sky. Conan, it doesn't have to be so big. Nagato consumed too much energy, and his head was now hanging down. Bag keeps panting. The opponent is the Nine-Tails, don't be careless. And compared with the moon created by the legendary Six-Path Sage, this is nothing. In short, this completes the capture of the Nine-Tails. On the other side, in Naruto's will, wet water surface, huge iron gate, and the seal on the iron gate. A huge fox eye in the iron gate stared at Naruto coldly. Why did it become like this? Why Konoha was destroyed? Why did the companions sacrifice one by one? Why couldn't Pain be defeated? He had been training so hard. He had tried his best in the battle. Your words are for peace. How should we face this hatred? I want to hear your answer. I don't know about this kind of thing. It's so painful, please, Don. I don't understand. What should I do? I don't know anything anymore. Naruto holds his head, lonely and helpless like a little Naruto who is despised by all the villagers. Who will save me? Tell me the answer. A dark and bewitching voice sounded. Destroy everything. Destroy everything that makes you suffer. Give me your heart. In this way, I can save you from suffering. As the Nine-Tails bewitched him, a black energy spread out from Naruto's stomach. Master Jiraiya. Teacher Kakashi. Granny Tsunade. Natural energy can sense life forms. Hinata. Konoha. The dream of the Hokage. This is no joke, one after another. Giant rock sphere. The muscular 8-tails transformed 9-tails Jinchuriki smashes the rock from the inside. Break free from the seal. Venting out boundless hatred, spraying red flames. Ignites all the fallen rocks in the air. Forms a red meteor shower under the clouds of fire. It looks extremely gorgeous. But this destroys everything. In consciousness, the Nine-Tails continues to bewitch. Come here, come on, tear off this seal. Deep space. Naruto takes heavy steps. Darkness completely submerges his front, leaving only the red eyes similar to the Nine-Tails. Naruto in the dark quickly approaches the seal, reaching out, pinching a corner of the seal. Only one last tear. Naruto will completely transform into the Nine-Tails. Suddenly, a figure as fast as a flash of light slapped Naruto's hand away. Naruto fell back to the surface of consciousness. He looked at the figure, wearing the windbreaker of the fourth Hokage. With golden hair on his head, the man reached out and held Naruto's hand, pulling Naruto up. Naruto stared at the other person in a daze. Warm and kind. The fourth Hokage. Naruto. Konoha. Ninja school. Naruto saw the fourth Hokage in the light curtain. He was excited. Even the depression that had accumulated from looking at the light curtain before was dissipated a lot. The fourth Hokage. Yellow Flash. This is little Naruto's idol. He wanted to become a Hokage, and part of the reason was influenced by the fourth Hokage's heroic story. He was famous in the ninja world for his flying thunder god technique. He made the enemy country tremble in fear on the battlefield. Return later, he became the beloved fourth Hokage. The white moonlight in Naruto's heart. He also wanted to be recognized by everyone like the fourth Hokage. At this moment, the light curtain Naruto's crisis moment. It was the idle fourth Hokage who came to save him. Naruto's heart was full of hope. No matter how powerful pain is, the legend of the Yellow Flash is not in vain. Kakashi stared blankly at the familiar figure in the light curtain, changed his frivolous temperament. At this moment, he looked at the fourth Hokage with great nostalgia. He was also his mentor. There was always a sense of warmth and security when staying with the mentor. Kakashi seemed to have returned to that time in his memory. Rin, Abido, everyone trained together under the leadership of the teacher. Arguing with Abido, Rin was doing coordination. But the war that followed, one after another, companions died. Even the teacher died on the night of the Nine Tails. Kakashi felt the familiar pain. His face returned to calm, looking at the two golden-haired figures in the light curtain. If it was Minato-sensei, then saving Naruto would be a matter of course. Looking at the light curtain, Sakura was shocked. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. As a student who graduated with honors from the ninja school, Sakura knew the story of the Yellow Flash by heart. She was brought back to Konoha by Master Jiraiya as an orphan. No bloodlines, no background. Famous in the Third Ninja World War with the Flying Thunder God technique. He fought against the AI brothers of the Hidden Cloud Village alone and did not lose. AI, no one among the ninjas is faster than me, except that man. Enemy, if you encounter the Yellow Flash, give up the mission and run. One person against 50 elite ninjas. On the night of the Nine Tails, the fourth Hokage also turned the tide alone. It's a pity that the sky is jealous of talents. Yellow Flash is also the king of rescue. So the light curtain shows Konoha and Naruto in crisis this time. The fourth generation can even come out to save the situation. Sakura is full of hope for this battle. Hokage building. The third generation looked at the trustworthy figure on the light curtain. He instantly felt hopeful. A hero who sacrificed for Konoha and Naruto. The undoubted owner of the Will of Fire. The seal of the Nine Tails in Naruto's body was done by Minato. Obviously according to the figure of Minato that appeared in the light curtain. It was Minato's backup plan for Naruto. In this way, Naruto can be saved. Konoha will not completely lose hope. But at the same time, the third generation is full of guilt for Minato. He hid the identity of Naruto's fourth generation child, in order to prevent ninjas from other villages from seeking revenge on Naruto. Although it was kind, it caused the villagers to exclude Naruto. He did not fulfill his responsibilities and obligations in this matter. Chapter 44, The Hidden Cloud Village. The fourth Raikage looked at the old friend of the light curtain. This is a respectable Konoha ninja. He is also a strong man. Killer Bee, yo, Yellow Flash, now people like Pain will be beaten down. Even if Killer Bee is looking from the perspective of a bystander. In his heart, he is full of resentment towards Pain's various actions. No matter how much he talks, many things can be chosen not to be so extreme. On the surface, Killer Bee is a reckless man, but in fact, he considers as much as AI. He simply likes this unreliable rap attitude. For the Yellow Flash, who had once confronted him, Killer Bee also respects the other party's strength. Thinking back to when he and AI left the Hidden Cloud Village, they were full of vigor and vitality. No matter what the enemy was, they were no match for the two of them. As a result, the Yellow Flash gave them a blow. Especially, the two comments of Minato Namikaze left a deep impression on Killer Bee. I admire you very much. Your moves are worthy of being called a ninja killer. Kurabi has something extremely precious. If you don't notice it sooner, he may fall into the abyss. Later, I learned that Minato Namikaze's wife was from the Uzumaki clan, the one who sealed the Nine Tails in his body. Only then did Killer Bee understand why Minato Namikaze could understand his thoughts at that time. After all, he was the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Jinchuriki have something in common. Seeing this old friend at this moment, Killer Bee's heart surged for a moment. The scene of the peak duel between the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and Pain before had already inspired him to fight. The power of the Eight Tails in his body kept rising and falling. Now he was looking forward to the next battle. Whether it was Naruto or Minato Namikaze, it was necessary to make the ninja world look at him with new eyes. Outside the Hidden Rain Village, the entrance of the cave, Abido looked at the teacher in the light curtain. The pain spread in his heart. The next moment, his body turned into Kamui. The light curtain was empty, and the world was empty. He was not the dead Abido. He was now a Fae, an Uchiha Madara. Conan looked at the bleeding Nagato through the light curtain. Nagato forcibly used a large amount of chakra. Blood gushed out of his nose. His painful face became even more painful. This was a way to die. Conan knew how deep Nagato's awareness was. If so, she could only follow. Nagato was watching the light curtain through Pain's samsara eye. He had expected this result. He felt his pain very calmly. He watched everything the light curtain played very calmly. In the light curtain, he was the protagonist's enemy. He tried his best and had overwhelming strength. Naruto still had other helpers. Konoha's destruction, Uzumaki Naruto goes completely berserk. His name was not even shown in the title on the screen. Life of a supporting character, a tragic life. Nagato deeply understands reality. He also ponders his own path. In the dark consciousness, once the seal of the 8th Tails is lifted, I will appear in your consciousness. I did some tricks on the sealing ceremony. Although I hope this will not happen, because I don't want to see you again. 9 Tails. 9 Tails, ah. But Namikaze Minato turned his head and looked at the stunned Naruto. I am a little bit looking forward to seeing my son when he grows up. It's a mixed blessing. Right, Naruto? When Naruto heard the 4th Hokage calling out his name, he didn't believe that he was calling out his name. Where did the 4th Hokage hear the name Naruto from? Why does the 4th Hokage know my name? Well, because I gave your name. You are my little one. Well, I just said it, you are my son. Naruto smiled and shed tears, haha. The guys behind are very noisy. Let's go somewhere else for a while. A snap of fingers. In the will of the White Light Wonderland. The 3rd Hokage seems to have said nothing to you. Dad. Naruto punched Minato Namikaze in the stomach top. Why did you seal the 9 Tails in my son? Thanks to you, I really suffered a lot. The adults looked down on me and it was hard for me to make friends. So I kept working hard, hoping that everyone would recognize me. I practiced hard and became stronger. Then I met Uruka-sensei, Kakashi-sensei, and the lecherous sage. I was very happy to become stronger, but because of this, I was targeted by those Akatsuki guys, so I had to practice twice as much. I finally became stronger, but my companions were harmed by Akatsuki. Naruto said anxiously he was in a hurry and wanted to say everything. He burst into tears naturally. Facing the father in front of him, he didn't know whether to be happy or sad. There must be pain. Naruto, how old are you? Namikaze Minato was stunned, then asked gently. 16 years old. Really, 16 years old? It seems that you have experienced a lot of painful things. Naruto, I'm sorry. As a father, I have no face to apologize to you for letting you suffer so much as a son. Naruto wiped away his tears and looked much calmer. It doesn't matter anymore. After all, I am also the son of the 4th generation Hokage. I can bear it. Namikaze Minato smiled. The smile was like the warm sun in winter. He recognized Naruto infinitely. I left half of the 9 Tails, chakra, and sealed it because I believe you can control how to use this power. Minato Namikaze slowly tells the secret of the 9 Tails Night. Pain is not the ultimate culprit. The masked man is hiding behind. And pain is just the one being manipulated. As long as there is a ninja system in this world, there may not be a peaceful order. Pain asked you about peace, and it is very difficult to find the answer. In order to save important people, wars will be triggered. Struggle. As long as love exists, hatred will continue to derive, and ninjas will be exploited by this hatred. As long as there is this ninja system, hatred will breed new pains. Minato Namikaze did not defend pain. He just wanted Naruto to know. Behind pain, the more fundamental thing is the disordered ninja world. Teacher Jiraiya, the answer to end this hatred is entrusted to you. Naruto, even so I will never forgive pain. I can't forgive him. The 4th Hokage, what should I do? Naruto looked at the 4th Hokage with respect and a little doubt. At this moment, Naruto did not regard him as a father he could rely on. There is also the threat of pain outside. What Naruto expects more is that his father will tell him what to do as the fourth Hokage. The fourth Hokage's eyes are full of depth, looking at Naruto quietly. His own child. A moment. Countless sages have thought about this problem again and again, but they still can't get an accurate answer. It is indeed difficult for a 16-year-old Naruto to come up with the result himself. But he is not alone. He has countless companions around him. There will even be descendants who will continue his will in the future. He doesn't need to get the answer immediately. He still has a long future. In this future time, Naruto can rely on his own continuous efforts. Experience, verify, experience again, and verify again. This question the answer. You have to find the answer yourself. I don't know what the answer is either. How can I know something that even the lecherous sage and the fourth Hokage don't know? You are all too willful. I am not smart, and I am not such a powerful ninja. Besides, One hand. Minato Namikaze pressed down on Naruto's golden head. If you do it, you will definitely find the answer. I believe in you. No matter where you are, you always believe that your child can do it. This is what parents do. Withdraw your hand. Then I will leave soon. The chakra is gradually decreasing. I will repair the seal, but this is the last time. Konoha can still be rebuilt. Please, Naruto. Look up again. Naruto is already looking at Minato Namikaze, with a firm look in his eyes as he leaves. Thank you, Dad. Chapter 45, Konoha. Ninja School. Naruto was shocked by the amount of information he received from the light curtain. Fourth Hokage Dad. Uruka touched Naruto's head. The third Hokage has already announced this matter, but everyone was paying attention to the light curtain, so they didn't notice the news on the wall. Naruto still couldn't believe it. The fourth Hokage is really my father. Uruka nodded. Naruto looked at Kakashi, and Kakashi nodded seriously. Naruto burst into tears instantly. Before, I saw the fourth Hokage of the light curtain come out, and heard him call light curtain Naruto-san. I was at a loss for so long. At this moment, Naruto finally couldn't help crying like light curtain Naruto. Extremely wronged. Extremely sad. And a little relieved. Maybe also happy. In short, it was extremely complicated. Naruto was 16 years old when he was in the light curtain, and Naruto is 12 years old now. Uruka looked at Naruto, who was crying so hard, and couldn't help but put his arm around his shoulders to comfort him. Naruto had been in the light curtain for 4 years. How much pain he had experienced. Naruto now knew that his father was the 4th generation, 4 years in advance. Compared with Naruto in the light curtain, it was a blessing. Sakura and Ino stared at the light curtain in amazement. At the same time, they turned their heads to look at Naruto, who was crying like a child next to them. Like Naruto, they didn't notice the announcement made by the 3rd generation. At this moment, they all knew for the first time that Naruto's father was the 4th generation of the Yellow Flash, affected by the crying next to them. Both Sakura and Ino. They were a little sad at this moment. Sakura frowned slightly, and a faint sadness rose in her heart. She once despised her background, not like Ino's famous family. She didn't have a strong talent. In the ninja school, his strength is not enough to catch up with people like Ino and Sasuke. The person in the light curtain is completely a burden. Sakura used to be very unconvinced. Now she sees Naruto and his son in the light curtain. She can feel the strongest fatherly love of the 4th Hokage for Naruto. The 4th Hokage did not seal the tailed beast to make Naruto excluded in the village. His original idea was to leave Naruto with a unique strength, because there's still the masked man who is eyeing him. In order to prevent Naruto from being attacked by the Nine-Tails, he also left a chakra at the end. Now he is transformed into the person in the light curtain. Just as he said, I don't want to see this situation happen, but I am also looking forward to seeing Naruto grow up, happy and sad. He dedicated the first half of his life to Konoha. When he was dying, he put all his considerations on Naruto. And the sentence at the end, I believe you. The fourth Hokage is worthy of being the white moonlight in the eyes of countless people in Konoha. This kind of father, I think after contacting Naruto, all the resentment towards him disappeared instantly. Sakura smiled with relief, and Naruto, born with the Nine-Tails curse, he experienced pain far beyond her imagination. He did not disappoint the fourth Hokage. At least Naruto is already a Konoha ninja who is growing infinitely, even surpassing the fourth Hokage's strength. Naruto, at this moment, may also begin to inherit the fourth Hokage's will. Become a reliable ninja to save the situation. Hinata looked at the dazzling father and son in the light curtain and couldn't help but clench her hands. Cheer up for Naruto, who regained his confidence. At the same time, she was also happy for Naruto to see his father. The fourth Hokage is a reliable father. Save the blackened Naruto in time, and those pure words. Even Hinata outside the light curtain can feel the warmth in it. She even fantasizes. If the fourth Hokage had not sacrificed, Naruto would have lived a happy life. But now the most important thing is to solve the current crisis of Konoha. Not only the fourth Hokage believes that Naruto can find the final answer. Hinata also unconditionally believes that Naruto can find the answer. Hokage building. The third Hokage had already taken off the Hokage hat. At this moment, his face looked old, just like an ordinary old man. Looking at the light curtain and the father and son meeting. The third Hokage was sentimental and guilty. The fourth Hokage was a very good Hokage. This matter was his problem after all, and he must compensate Naruto in the future. With a firm idea, the third Hokage restored the temperament of Hokage. There is another important thing at this moment. Pain is not the ultimate mastermind, but the masked man who invaded on the night of the Nine-Tails. He induced Pain to invade Konoha. Another important information. Konoha is the hard work of the third Hokage. He is determined to find out every hidden danger against Konoha. Pain, the masked man, the Akatsuki organization. Perhaps it is time to contact Itachi, who has been undercover in the Akatsuki organization for a long time. Wait for the light, the battle is over. Pain watched the Nine-Tails on the rock sphere in the air disappear with a bang. The white smoke on the huge rock sphere dissipated. Only a small figure was left. Familiar orange-yellow combat uniform. Golden hair. Eyes with orange eyeshadow. Sage Naruto. He looked over fixedly. Pain was puzzled. Has the confusion disappeared? What happened? Can you control the Nine-Tails? In the deep cave. With the huge consumption of chakra, Nagato coughed tiredly a few times. Outside, the Chibaku Tensei in the air was no longer maintained. Naruto fell from the countless falling rocks, easily returned to the ground with the help of the force. Looking at the ruins in the distance, Naruto knew that it was the destruction caused by him in the Nine-Tails form. A burst of guilt and self-blame. Unconsciously, 2 lines of tears flowed down. Even with the encouragement from his father, Minato Namikaze. Facing this cruel reality, Naruto couldn't keep calm after all. Feel the natural energy around him. Feel the remaining life in Konoha. Just like what the fourth Hokage said, Konoha can still be rebuilt. Suddenly, Naruto felt a familiar vitality. Hinata is still alive. That kind of situation. He speculated for a long time. He didn't know the answer for the time being, so he needed to find the answer. A moment. Naruto adjusted his mood and looked at Pain, who was silent on the opposite side. The information conveyed by the slug on his body. Naruto knew that the opposite Pain was just a clone of the original body. There was no point in fighting him. After a struggle, Sage Naruto used the black stick, and Sage mode he had taken to conduct a counter-exploration. He learned the location of Pain's original body. Pain had experienced continuous battles such as destroying Konoha, fighting Naruto, fighting the Nine-Tails, etc. At this moment, he was already exhausted. And Sage Naruto was revived with full blood. After the previous battle, he was also familiar with the opponent's abilities. At the same time, he had a firm will again. Dealing with Pain at this moment was completely different from before. multiple shadow clone technique, transformation technique, smoke bomb, sage technique wind style race and shuriken, calm battle intuition, stable battle analysis. But soon, the natural energy was exhausted. Sage Naruto turned into Naruto. Shinra Tensei. Pain, if you can't get an answer like you, just give up. Naruto's shadow clones were pushed back by the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei. But one person can form a group. Master Jiraiya said, "One day, the time will come when people truly understand each other. I firmly believe so. When I can't find the answer, I will entrust you with the answer I am looking for." Fourth Hokage. If you can find the answer, I believe you. Teacher Kakashi. Because you are the only ninja who can surpass the fourth Hokage, I firmly believe so. Continuously fighting with pain. No longer affected by the other party's words. Naruto's awareness is getting deeper and deeper. He doesn't know the answer yet, but everyone trusts him to find the answer. Then he will definitely find the answer. After resisting a wave of Shinra Tensei, only 3 shadow clones are left. Taking advantage of the 5-second interval when pain releases Shinra Tensei. Rolling the sky blue energy ball. Spinning at high speed. Chakra energy is dense. 2 shadow clones throw Naruto, holding the energy ball. Rasengan. Pain loses. Chapter 46, Pain Lost. Countless ninjas looking at the light curtain were all shocked. Rasengan, another Rasengan. Konohamaru used this ninjutsu to defeat Pain's clone. Naruto also used this ninjutsu to defeat Pain. For a moment, countless people were yearning for this skill. At the same time, cheered for Naruto's victory. Pain's words made sense, and many people even agreed to regard him as a peace messenger. But Naruto's existence is more loved by most ninjas outside the light curtain. After all, if everyone in the ninja world is Pain, I'm afraid the ninja world will be nuclearized. Judging from the performance and behavior of Naruto in the light curtain, he has never actively hurt innocent people. It can be said that most people recognize that he is righteous. Ups and downs. After experiencing the many pains created by Pain, Naruto has regained motivation from his outstanding predecessors. This battle was really fierce, but it's time to end. Countless ninjas have the same idea. Konoha. Hokage building. The third generation breathed a sigh of relief. The most powerful enemy was defeated by Naruto in the light curtain. Konoha finally has time to recover. The sixth generation Kakashi. The third generation can't quite connect the process in between based on the light curtain fragments. He guessed that it might be some secret technique of the ninja world that resurrected Kakashi. But such details should be left for later verification. Now we are waiting to see the summary of the light curtain. Not only the content of the light curtain, the summary of the light curtain is also thought-provoking. It seems to record an invisible destiny. After reading it, you can make follow-up plans. Always use the information of the light curtain to strengthen Konoha's strength. This is the conclusion he drew from this battle. It is also the most important thing for him to do now. Ninja School. Even if this battle is won, no one cheered at the scene. No one wants victory to be won with so many sacrifices. Naruto was bombarded with information. He was not as optimistic as before. He stared at the victory of the light curtain. He thought about his past. He was called the nine-tailed demon fox and was ostracized by the villagers. He thought about the light curtain, the sacrificed Konoha ninjas, Hinata's confession. His father was the fourth Hokage. He thought about his original ideal. Hokage. Suddenly, the seventh Hokage of the light curtain flashed in Naruto's mind. He shouted, "It shouldn't be like this. I don't accept this ending." He looked at the light curtain again. Naruto made a decision. If the future is like this, he will change the future. Outside the hidden rain village. In the cave, Nagato coughed again and again. It doesn't take much energy to control Pain's body. He coughed because of his emotional ups and downs. It's been a long time since I felt this way. I didn't expect that just looking at the light screen would cause such a dramatic change of emotions. Nagato looked at the scene of the light screen through pain. He failed. Humans are creatures that will never understand each other. He couldn't help but think of this sentence again. Naruto was born in Konoha in the peaceful era. Naruto accepted the will of fire. Naruto obtained the power of the Nine Tails, given by the fourth generation. Naruto avenged his companions. How could he understand someone like him? Cheat himself again and forget the pain. Uzumaki Naruto, just like this. Looking at pain lying on the ground. Naruto slowly pulled out the black sticks on his body, one by one. This face full of hatred. Naruto never said it. Forgive. Pain is unforgivable. He once described his will. Your goal is the same as mine, to achieve the peace that Jiraiya-sensei talked about. There is no difference between you and me. We are both acting for our own justice. You are acting for your justice, I am acting for mine. Can you understand the pain a little? If you don't know the same pain, you can't really understand others. And even if you can understand, you can't sympathize with each other. For this kind of words, Naruto has a new idea. Maybe he was confused before, he didn't understand, and even questioned his actions. But now, he has to listen to his heart. Pick up a black stick. Put the black stick through the palm of his hand. Blood slowly flows out of the wound. Naruto's face shows a trace of pain. He endured this feeling. Thinking of the countless ninjas in Konoha. Thinking of Jiraiya. Thinking of Kakashi. Thinking of Hinata. They have all been in pain. Humans are the kind of creatures that can never understand each other. The world of ninjas is dominated by hatred. Naruto wants to know if it's just like what Pain said. Naruto puts his thoughts away. His eyes are far-reaching. On the way to Pain's body, meet Shikaku, Yamanaka Kaiichi, and others who are tracking Nagato. Anyway, I'm going to Pain's body next. Don't follow me. I'm going alone. Kaiichi questioned, What are you talking about? We are very grateful that you defeated Pain, but this is not a problem that can be solved by talking now. Then if Pain's body and his subordinates, as well as the enemy village, are defeated, can the problem be solved satisfactorily? Kaiichi, what's the point of talking to him? That guy is the enemy who destroyed Konoha, and he can never be forgiven. I'm the same. I will never forgive the guy who harmed Konoha and everyone like this. Finally, Shikaku stopped Kaiichi. Shikamaru once said, That guy has something that everyone else doesn't have. One day, he will definitely become a very important ninja in the village. With Naruto, I want to walk side by side with him. I can't help but think so. Shikaku always agrees with Shikamaru's opinions. Shikamaru is smart and rational, and rarely praises others. But he can say such words. Naruto must have his own ideas to do. There is no need for them to stop him. Unveiling the giant tree made of paper. Naruto sees the goal of this trip. Konan wants to stop Naruto, but is persuaded by Nagato. Peace has arrived shamelessly. Do you hate me? The enemy is right in front of you. Naruto stares at the skinny man in front of him, continuously clarifying his will. Killing Master Jiraiya. Destroy Konoha. Killing countless people in Konoha. He is still full of hatred. Konan, killing Nagato here and completing your revenge will not change the world. It will only satisfy your own ego. Nagato, you cannot give any answers, so you cannot do anything. Your mission is to sacrifice yourself for the peace I created. This is the correct answer. Suddenly, the black stick suddenly shot out from the outer path demon statue behind Nagato, piercing through Naruto's chest and abdomen. Nagato thought that he was using chakra to control Naruto's body at this distance, so he was able to subdue Naruto. In fact, it was Naruto who possessed the power of the Nine Tails who did not dodge. I came here to talk to you, but I also have something else I want to confirm. I want to confirm my inner thoughts. Naruto slowly pulled the black stick out of his chest. His voice was full of hatred and hoarseness, and he squeezed out these words. Sure enough, I can't forgive you. I want to kill you right now, and my body can't stop trembling at all. Chapter 47, In the Light Curtain. Naruto punches towards Nagato. Conan sees this and stands in front of him. Naruto stops at the last moment. The determination to seek revenge has never changed. But why didn't Nagato inflict fatal damage? On Hinata, why did Nagato kill Master Jiraiya? Let's talk about Naruto's purpose first. The lecherous sage said that he would entrust me with the search for the answer to the war in the ninja world. I didn't understand it at first, but now I think about it and finally understand what the lecherous sage meant. It's not that simple. Nagato coldly explains the reality. What Jiraiya said may be just old-fashioned idealism. The reality is too different. You will defeat me and bring peace to the ninja world. You should have said so, even if it was just a polite remark, even if it was just revenge for self-satisfaction. If that is your justice, then it's okay, you're not a god. Seeing the reality, can you really believe Jiraiya's jokes? When I learned that you were a disciple of the lecherous sage, there was one thing I wanted to ask you no matter what. What? You were once disciples of the lecherous sage. Why did you become like this? You are not like the previous members of Akatsuki who only kill people for fun. I know this, but I know nothing about you, so I want to listen to you first and then find the answer. Nagato's pair of reincarnation eyes look deeply at Naruto. Jiraiya's apprentice, his junior brother. A person who understands a little pain. Why is he still so determined in his utopian ideas? He exhaled slowly. Okay, I will tell you our pains one by one. Mayaboku Mountain. The old toad who has lived for thousands of years looks at Naruto and Nagato reflected in the crystal ball. The two children of prophecy have met, so how will they make a decision? In the dark tree hole, Nagato began to tell his own story. His parents were killed by Konoha ninjas. The Hidden Rain Village, where the big country was involved in the war and became a battlefield. The house was invaded by ninjas. Nagato and his parents were hiding. They could only listen to the ninjas outside, rummaging through their food and belongings, discussing the ownership of these things. Not only that, they were also preparing to enter other rooms to search and were about to find the place where they were hiding. Then Nagato watched his parents die tragically. They had forehead guards on their heads. It was Konoha. Nagato killed 2 invading ninjas in the explosion of the Samsara Eye. I have never forgotten the pain at that time, and the pain continues until now. This pain turned into hatred, and my power blossomed and bore fruit. Meeting Yahiko Konan. The young Nagato, who became an orphan of the war, began to wander in the Hidden Rain Village. I'm sorry, I have nothing to give you. In this world, I can't take care of myself. Sorry, you should ask somewhere else. Hearing the answer from this last family, Nagato was discouraged. All were rejections, and there was no place to beg. There was no place for him in the Hidden Rain Village. Finally, he fainted in the rain with hunger all over his body. It's no good anymore. Am I going to die here? Nagato thought so. It was at this time. Konan stretched out her hand, holding a piece of bread. Not only did she bring Nagato with her, but also the dog named Little One that he picked up. Returned to Yahiko's base. From then on, the 3 of them stole bread, fish, and apples to survive. They were caught, taught a lesson, and thrown into the garbage together. It was during this process that the 3 of them formed a deep friendship. Nagato lost warmth in the war and found it back from Yahiko and Konan. Jiraiya became a master. Founded Akatsuki. Parents, little ones, the pain and numbness brought to Nagato by death. Yahiko took the initiative to rush towards the kunai in Nagato's hand to save Konan. You know, Akatsuki initially sought peace through negotiations and never took the initiative to hurt people. But this twisted ninja world, twisted ninjas, never let Nagato and his group have an easy time. After countless real-life experiences, Nagato got the final answer. It was not his impulse to destroy Konoha. The root was planted from the beginning. After listening to Nagato's description, countless people in the ninja world felt the same way. The ninja world is not like what Nagato said. It is full of battles about hatred. It is full of battles about interests. There are big wars between big countries, and small countries are reduced to battlefields. And the war orphans who appear on the battlefield have no one to rely on. There are countless deaths, and death is everywhere. In this environment, Nagato chose his nuclear peace idea. The thread can be seen, and it is not without trace. Outside the hidden rain village. Inside the cave. Watching his own story being exposed in the light curtain. Nagato was silent. I can always recall a lot of pain. First it was beautiful, and then the beauty was broken. The parents who raised me, an invasion. The little thing I picked up when I was wandering and helpless, a detonating tag, a battle aftermath. And Yahiko, the person who gave Nagato his dream. The person Nagato wanted to protect at the cost of his life. This irreplaceable friend. The pain of dying in his own hands. Nagato looked at the light curtain Naruto through pain's reincarnation eyes. There are too many specific stories. How could the light curtain Nagato finish telling it? And how could the light curtain Naruto understand his pain? How could the final answer be obtained by simply talking about it? The only answer is in him. At the entrance of the cave, Conan listened to the narration of Nagato of the light curtain. It seemed to go back to that time. How the three of them met and depended on each other. How they were broken step by step later. Although Naruto is the protagonist of the light curtain, but Nagato is also his protagonist in his world. Naruto of the light curtain cannot understand Nagato of the light curtain. He is just for revenge. He is just looking for a reason. Abido reappeared after the fourth Hokage disappeared. Looking at the light curtain, he actually understands Nagato, even better than Nagato himself. Or, Nagato's tragedy has his help. But there are too many such tragic stories in the ninja world. Nothing surprising. This is what Abido observed when he walked in the ninja world. Naruto is idealistic, and so is Nagato. Abido always believes that there are always conflicts between people's dreams. It is better to choose the moon eye plan. In this way, everyone can live in their own dreams. Konoha. Ninja school. Naruto asked Uruka in confusion. Nagato said that we Konoha invaded his home. Is this true? In Naruto's impression, Konoha is on the side of justice. How could it do something that only bad people would do? Uruka touched his head. He didn't know how to explain to Naruto at this time. Kakashi on the side said lightly, Naruto, war is not as simple as you think. No one side is just. There are many factors to consider, just like as a ninja. Do you think the mission is important or your companions are important? Naruto was ready to speak immediately. Kakashi, don't rush to make a choice. Without personal experience, you can't choose the true answer in your heart. What Nagato said may be true, but Konoha ninjas will not actively harm civilians. This is recorded in the Konoha Ninja Manual. I can guarantee you this. Naruto saw such a profound thing for the first time, and it was obvious that he couldn't understand it for a while. He could only look at the light curtain. See how Naruto answered the light curtain. Chapter 48, I've told my story, let's hear your answer. Naruto lowered his head and lowered his eyes. Thinking for a moment, opened his eyes and took out a book from his bag. The Legend of Perseverance. Naruto understood Nagato, but he did not change his determination not to forgive Nagato. Nagato then make a decision. The lecherous sage believed in me and entrusted everything to me. Then I will try to believe what the lecherous sage once believed. What Jiraiya believed. As the child of prophecy, Naruto will eventually bring peace. That's my answer. Nagato, that's your answer. Then let us believe that you can bring peace to the world, so we have been waiting. Don't be ridiculous at this point. Can we still believe what Jiraiya said? Real peace does not exist. In a cursed world, peace is impossible. Nagato will never be convinced by such childish trust. In the past, he believed in Jiraiya. The result is obvious. Jiraiya's thoughts cannot bring peace. Naruto, if that's the case, then I will break this curse. If there is peace, I will hold on to it tightly and I will not give up. Burning in the head. Nagato looked at Naruto blankly after hearing what he said. Such familiar words. You that's... Conan, Nagato, what's wrong? Your words. Naruto? Yes, all the lines in this book, which is the first book written by the lecherous sage. The lecherous sage really wants to change the world with this book. At the end of the book, it writes about the story of the disciple who inspired him to write this book. It's your name, Nagato. Nagato was speechless, with countless emotions coming up. These are his own words. During the time when Jiraiya was in the Hidden Rain Village, as the teacher of Nagato and the other two, I also thought about the hatred in this world that the teacher mentioned before. Teacher Jiraiya stopped eating noodles and looked at Nagato in surprise. Oh, did you come up with a good idea? Peace the way to peace, I don't know yet. Nagato continued. But one day I will break this curse, and if peace really exists, I will hold on to it. More important than the method is the power of faith. Teacher Jiraiya gave him a high recognition. He also said, thanks to Nagato, there is this good book. At that time, he had high hopes for himself. In the rain when he left. This way I can go back to the village with peace of mind. It's up to you guys from now on. You've worked hard over the past 3 years. Oh, don't cry, Yahiko. You'll be considered a coward. Conan, you'll be a beauty. See you when you grow up. This country is still very poor, and there will be many painful things in the future, but this time it's up to you to change this country. Looking at Jiraiya's departing back, Nagato was secretly sad. Until he returned to his room. He saw a book left by Jiraiya on the table. The Legend of Perseverance Ninja. From then on, the Akatsuki of the Dawn was established. Perhaps you may be the reincarnation of a fairy. I feel that the fairy has placed his hopes in your eyes. I have received inspiration from a certain fairy. My disciple will bring great changes to the ninja world. I am the one who guides the person who changes. I believe that person is you. At the same time, I also believe in you. I believe that you can successfully change the ninja world. Nagato looked at Naruto in front of him, as if he saw some kind of future. Recalling the time when his parents were with him. Recalling the time when he insisted on his ideals. Recalling the time when Jiraiya was with him. Nagato had a huge sadness in his heart. One day I will break this curse. If peace really exists, I will hold on to it. More important than the method is the power of conviction. Naruto, then, the name of the protagonist of this book is. Naruto clenched his fist and tapped his chest. Naruto. So my name is a precious relic left to me by the lecherous sage. I will not give up this relic either. I want to become Hokage. Then let Aimgakure have peace. At this moment, Naruto not only took on this name, he also took on the ideals given by this name. Uzumaki Naruto, to become Hokage. And bring peace to the ninja world. Believe me. Nagato, why can you assert that you will never change? From now on, no matter how much pain you suffer, you will not change. Can you be so sure of yourself? Can you assert this? Can you believe in yourself? Naruto has also experienced pain. I don't know how much pain there will be in the future. But if I don't believe in myself because of this, and change the protagonist, it will become a different story. I can't write a book like my master, so the sequel is my own way of survival. No matter how painful it is, I will keep going. This is Naruto. Outer Path Samsara Natural Art. It came to an abrupt end. A black screen appeared. Then a text summary slowly appeared. Naruto's third battle. Choose a painful battle. Choose a battle of growth. 16-year-old boy. Helpless, desperate burst, the most extreme pain. With the most gentle fourth-generation father's help. Accept the last protection of his father. Recognize the road ahead. Shoulder the responsibility of the entire ninja world. Uzumaki Naruto, fist bump with his youth. The light screen played to this moment. Everyone in the ninja world knew that the third battle was over. An unusually long battle. Countless people in the ninja world felt lost, and it seemed that their hearts were repeatedly rubbed in this battle. S***T. Lots and lots of vital information about the future. But at this moment, countless people just want to recall Naruto's highlights, or the highlights of many elite members of Konoha. Although the sentence Uzumaki Naruto, "You will definitely become Hokage in the future," was not said in the third battle. But countless ninjas recognized Gwangmu Naruto as the future 7th generation Hokage. Youth. Countless ninjas had a heroic dream like Naruto when they were young. As they gradually recognized the reality, youth was dead. Everyone became a cold-blooded ninja who bleeds on the edge of a knife. Watching the battle played on the light screen at this moment. Watching Naruto stick to his ninja way countless times. It seems that everyone has returned to that moment of fading memory. No wonder it was called rekindling of passion at the beginning. Rekindling of youth. Chapter 49, Konoha. Hokage building. Watching the end of the third battle. The third Hokage put on his hat again. At this moment, his eyes were sharp and his face was serious. Standing in front of the chief seat, he rested his hands on the conference table and said with a sense of oppression, "The unknown light curtain gives a lot of important information. We have also studied a lot in this process. As the content of the light curtain is exposed more and more as the Hokage of Konoha, I propose the following agenda for the light curtain phenomenon." Before the third Hokage could finish the content, the door of the conference room was pushed open suddenly, instantly breaking the serious atmosphere of the conference room. Everyone looked over. "Old man, long time no see." Everyone. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not angry at the impolite person in front of him. "Hey, Jiraiya." This white-haired middle-aged ninja with oil written on his forehead. The person who inherited the will of fire. Also his apprentice. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face softened. Although Jiraiya's figure was not seen in the light curtain, but from the descriptions of other people in the light curtain, we can know that Jiraiya passed on his will to Naruto, and he is also a crucial person in this third battle. What's more, Nagato, Yahiko, and Konan were once Jiraiya's apprentices. However, Jiraiya died early. The third generation doesn't want this to happen. Jiraiya stood there with a look of indifference on the surface. At this moment, seeing the familiar face of the third generation master, he still cherished it in his heart. The old man of the third generation could not be seen in the light curtain, but he could see him again at this moment. "Really? You're back just in time. I have something important to say. Let's listen together." Jiraiya restrained his emotions and nodded, then stood in a corner of the room with his arms folded and watched casually. This light curtain phenomenon has a great impact. He can put aside things like finding the child of prophecy for the time being. The first thing. Before the third generation could finish the second sentence, the door was opened with a bang. A figure walked in a hurry, followed by the girl holding a pig. "Old man, I'm back." This time, it was the same. The third generation did not look angry at all. "Well, I'm glad you're back." "Tsunade," Jiraiya greeted loudly. Then he hesitated. "You." This feeling of reunion after a long absence made Jiraiya, an old man with many vicissitudes of life, not know what to say. Tsunade's sacrifice in the light curtain left a deep impression on him. Tsunade still looked young and beautiful at this time. "Jiraiya." Tsunade did not expect Jiraiya to return to Konoha like her. After a moment of trance, Jiraiya returned to his original posture, touched his nose, and said, "Tsunade, the old woman's appearance in the light curtain is very impressive." Before Jiraiya finished speaking, a fist as big as a sandbag hit Jiraiya's face. "Jiraiya, you are still so speechless." With a burst of huge force, Jiraiya felt dizzy. When he woke up, he found that he was already stuck to the wall behind him. There were even spider web-like cracks on the wall. And Jiraiya's nose was wet, and 2 red marks flowed out of his nostrils. Very embarrassed. But Jiraiya smiled awkwardly. Still, this familiar feeling has not changed. Super strong woman Tsunade. And the tribe leaders, Konoha high-level people, and others who were watching around, did not look at Jiraiya and Tsunade. This is the meeting office of the Hokage building. They actually started fighting directly and broke the wall. Jiraiya is really a mean mouth, actually saying that Tsunade is a social death. And the third generation is actually watching them fighting in a friendly manner. Aren't we going to talk about the agenda? The third generation finally remembered the business. Everyone just come back, Tsunade, find a seat by yourself. I'll finish the business first, and then you can reminisce about the past. Tsunade frowned, reminisce about the past with him. How is that possible? I came back to help Konoha, I don't have time. As soon as Jiraiya's chakra started to flow, his nose stopped bleeding. He stood up and wiped it casually and said lazily, I don't have time either, I came back to find the child of prophecy. Although he said that finding the child of prophecy was the most important thing. Reminiscing about the past with old friends was actually part of his plan. Tsunade can't be like the future of the light curtain again. A miserable sacrifice. After this little contact, the awkward atmosphere between him and Tsunade was rounded off. This is also one of the purposes of Jiraiya's bad mouth. In the chief position, the third generation analyzed seriously again. For the light curtain phenomenon, the first thing is to build an observation deck at the ninja school. Jiraiya's face was solemn, he was never vague about serious matters. The meaning of the third generation old man was very simple. They had seen so much of the light curtain content, which was very helpful to Konoha and Konoha ninjas. Especially for the ninja reserve, that is, the people in the ninja school. It is also extremely important to inherit the will of fire conveyed by the light curtain. You can also learn and absorb combat experience without injury by watching the battle. The last point is also very important. Cherish the current bond through future images, which may even change the future. For this reason, the third generation also continued to assign tasks to some Konoha senior ninjas, including Asuma, Yuhai and Kakashi, who stayed in the ninja school. They were all assigned to the reserve ninja school as teachers in advance. One is to explain, and the other is to cultivate the bond between teachers and students. Jiraiya agreed. Since the future of Konoha depends on Naruto and his group of juniors, it is also the responsibility of their group of seniors to help and accompany. Not to mention them, Jiraiya was also ready to go find the child of prophecy after listening to this meeting. Naruto can't go astray. Tsunade's expression straightened. Shizune behind her carefully held the piglet to prevent it from affecting the meeting. Tsunade agreed with this matter. From Konoha's perspective, the light curtain is standing on their side. Tsunade herself has a lot of experience watching the light curtain. This is very helpful for her to find her own ninja way and strengthen her self-belief. Speaking of which, she actually wanted to see Naruto when she came back. This child in the light curtain reminded her of Rope Tree and Broken. As for helping Konoha in the medical department, of course, the little Shizune behind her will teach it on her behalf. After all, she still has blood phobia, and Shizune will understand her. At this moment, Shizune doesn't know Tsunade's conspiracy. She is still holding the piglet honestly. Try her best to avoid disturbing Tsunade's business. Chief position. The third generation took out a task scroll. He continued, the second thing, issue a new task. Then the third generation wrote on the task scroll while speaking. Task content, research the light curtain. The level of this task is tentatively set as Super S level. Everyone in the conference room was shocked instantly. Super S level tasks are the top tasks of Konoha. There is no higher level than it. Only confidential tasks, involving the highest risk factors between countries, can be qualified to be called Super S level. Now, the light curtain has really become a major event of Konoha. The third generation continued. Ninjas who accept the task, all high-level people in Konoha. Not only the elders at the table, and the clan leaders of various tribes were shocked. Even Jiraiya and Tsunade, who were watching, were shocked. They thought of it at the same time. This old man's level of attention is unprecedentedly high. I haven't even seen the third generation so bold. If the light curtain is really weird. They thought the third generation was under control. Chapter 50, Ninja School. Kakashi, who was standing lazily, raised his eyebrows. Then, a masked Anbu jumped out. The order of the third Hokage is to build an observation deck in the ninja school, so that the ninjas in the school can watch the light screen and learn to absorb it. Yamato, the construction of the observation deck is left to you. The Anbu seemed to know Yamato, and his tone was a little friendly. Yamato smiled and nodded. Seeing this, the Anbu staff gestured to Kakashi. Kakashi also recognized that it was the Anbu staff around the third Hokage. It seems that this matter was indeed ordered by the third Hokage himself. Observation deck. In this way, there is no need to stand and watch, which is a very good order. Shikamaru had the same idea as Kakashi. He had been standing and watching for so long, and he had long wanted to find a chair to sit down. But with so many people standing, it would be too strange for him to sit alone. If he didn't sit, his legs would be sore from standing. What a hassle. Fortunately, the third generation understands the people's sentiments. Yamato received the order. He used the instant body technique to directly reach the center of the ninja school. He simply evacuated the crowd in the middle. While evacuating, everyone looked over at the same time. He was very curious about Yamato's actions. Naruto, standing next to Kakashi, also knew that Yamato's task was to build an observation deck. Is Senior Yamato good at building houses? But there is no wood here. Naruto's idea was also the idea of most people. Kakashi kept it a secret and said, "You'll see it soon." Wood release, Lionju family technique. A large amount of chakra spread out from Yamato's body and extended into the ground. Suddenly, the ground of the ninja school surged. One by one, wood-like giant pythons broke out of the ground and rose from the ground. A large amount of wood twisted and intertwined as if it had life, gradually forming a familiar shape. An observation deck rose from the ground. Occupied the ninja school. Of course, the original classroom did not disappear. It was just that the observation deck was on the second floor, covering the original classroom on the first floor. But this was enough to shock the juniors, who had never seen the real scene. Sikokyuichi. Senior Yamato is really amazing. Such a big place, it is estimated that there is no problem for hundreds of people to sit. Miraculous wood release ninjutsu. The legendary wood release that only the god of Ninja Realm has. This is the place to watch the light curtain. Too luxurious. Naruto and his party took the brunt and walked in front, prepared to go to the observation deck. When passing by Yamato, they couldn't help but thank and praise. Yamato also looked at the group of juniors with a smile. Kakashi, the four pillars family technique is enough. Why are you wasting chakra using the Lionju family technique? Yamato, after all, whether it is Senior Kakashi of the light curtain or Senior Kakashi in front of me, they are all my goals, and I also want to contribute to Konoha. Kakashi patted him on the shoulder. Reliable junior. When Naruto and his party sat on the observation deck, they had not had time to feel it properly. Two ninjas came up one after another. The middle-aged male ninja held a cigarette and greeted leisurely. Hey, the future of Konoha, hello. The black-haired female ninja behind him came forward and introduced with a warm smile. This is the responsible Jounin Asuma. The responsible Jounin is the teacher of the graduates of the ninja school. My name is Yuha Kurenai. You can call me Kurenai teacher. Naruto looked at the strange and good-looking teacher. Blinking his eyes, he couldn't help but sigh. Hey, this teacher Hong speaks so gently. Hong smiled. You must be Uzumaki Naruto. Although you praised me, I am not your teacher. Asuma exhaled a puff of smoke and said seriously, Shikamaru, Choji, Ino, I am the future teacher of your 10th class. Although it is ahead of schedule, my requirements remain unchanged. I am very strict. Be prepared. The two then informed the group of juniors of the order, issued by the third generation, to assign teachers in advance. No one had any objections. Especially Naruto was eager to try. He wanted to become stronger as soon as possible and prove himself. But Kakashi said, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, the three of you have not passed my bell-grabbing test, so I am just your acting teacher. If you want to become a real ninja, you have to keep working hard. At the same time, Team Kai was on the way back to Konoha, forest training ground outside Konoha. Zio Lee, Teacher Kai, I heard from the senior just now that Konoha is going to activate the alert mode. Does this mean that the ninja world is going to start a war again? Have you fought? Kai stopped and explained. Konoha has no intention of going to war, but you have also seen the third battle of the Light Curtain. There are many hidden enemies of Konoha in the ninja world, so it is necessary to be vigilant. Zio Lee, then we can protect the village. After watching Naruto's 3 battles, Zio Lee has long admired Naruto's will. Naruto can become a hero who saves Konoha. Then he must continue to work hard, and he will definitely stand on the front line of Konoha one day in the future. Fight side by side with Naruto. Kai showed his white teeth and smiled brightly. Of course, but we have to obey the orders of the Hokage. Zio Lee nodded. Then we are going back to Konoha, so we can go to the ninja school to see Naruto. Thinking of this, Zio Lee couldn't help but get excited. In the past, he always took Neji as his goal. After being cleansed by the Light Curtain, he finally opened up his mind and wanted to make progress with Naruto. Only by constantly challenging the strong can you make rapid progress. Kai heard his beloved disciple's idea and thought about it carefully. It feels that it is indeed possible. Ningji, Tenten, what about you two? Go back or go to the ninja school? Tenten already had an idea. I heard from the senior in the Anbu that Lady Tsunade has returned to the village. Lady Tsunade is her idol since she was a child. This is quite exciting news for her. And Lady Tsunade of the Light Curtain and Lady Naruto of the Light Curtain have a bond. Then she will definitely see Lady Tsunade when she goes to Naruto. Well, I'll go with you. Ningji nodded, together. Konoha prison. In a cell, Danzo looked at the Light Curtain through the small window with a gloomy face. For the Light Curtain, he only felt that it was some kind of huge conspiracy. Sarutobi Hiruzen believed the content on it, and he will fall sooner or later. He has many secrets to escape from this place. But he has no such plan for the time being. The Light Curtain has not ended yet. The ninja world is still in an unstable state. It is estimated that everyone is sitting still. Only when the Light Curtain hanging above the head disappears, it will be the final opportunity for everyone to start a war. Danzo thought so too. In the prison next door, Mizuki sat on the haystack and couldn't figure it out. He was caught by the Anbu for no reason. He hasn't stolen the ninja book yet. How come the old man of the 3rd generation knew about this? He was arrested for this reason. Chapter 51, The Hidden Cloud Village. Surrounded by high mountains, the Rakage building. The 4th Rakage is also holding a meeting on the Light Curtain phenomenon. Through the Light Curtain, the 4th Rakage learned about the Akatsuki organization that specializes in catching tailed beasts. In order to protect the Jinchuriki, he gave an order that the 2 Jinchuriki in the village could not move freely. You should know that in the past, because the 2 Jinchuriki had full control over the tailed beasts, they could generally move freely in the village. Now there is no such freedom. Of course, this is also to protect them, and they can't have any opinions. So, in the meeting room, there are only Secretary Mabui, Think Tank Samui, and others. The 2 Jinchuriki, Killer Bee and Yukito, are present. What do you think about this Light Curtain? Everyone looked at Samui. After all, she knows the most. Samui has no idea about the weirdness of this Light Curtain. It came out of thin air, with a huge impact range, and it is invisible as if it is in another space. Especially the content inside. It is quite beneficial to Konoha Village, and it also gives Naruto the identity of a child of prophecy. In this way, it is difficult for other villages to find reasons to attack Konoha. However, Samui still gave his opinion calmly. Lord Rakage, my suggestion is not to act rashly for the time being. The content of the Light Curtain is very likely to be related to the future, such as the Akatsuki organization. None of us know this. After listening, Kurabi danced and sang. To put it bluntly, Samui doesn't know either. This woman who claims to be knowledgeable can't solve the problem. Why don't I find the Akatsuki organization easily? Before he finished speaking, a dark giant fist had already hit his forehead, interrupting his rap. The fourth Raikage had already seen that Mabui was so angry that he frowned. If this brother talks nonsense again, who will give him advice? Samui, you continue to analyze. Kurabi was hit and became honest. He was not afraid of pain and Nagato. He was the perfect Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. But he still had to listen to his brother. Samui looked at the big fool coldly. She felt her shoulders were aching from anger. For the sake of her village, she had to explain the follow-up situation clearly. First, stop the activities against Konoha. Their current state will definitely make them alert. There is no need for us to rush into others. We have been isolated from the world. The fourth Raikage was puzzled. For example, kidnapping activities. The fourth Raikage was stunned. He then remembered the small matter of recruiting bloodline limit talents from Sand Village and Konoha to strengthen the village. This was nothing in his opinion. But Samui said so it was okay to stop such activities temporarily. Second, study the content of the light curtain. The meeting ended soon. Everyone in the meeting room turned their attention back to the light curtain. Killer B was looking forward to the battle and his handsome appearance. The fourth Raikage is looking forward to seeing the future of the Cloud Village so that he can prepare in time. Samui is looking forward to seeing the end of the light curtain. She really wants to know the nature of this mysterious light curtain. The Sand Village also has stricter control over the Jinchuriki. Gaara was brought back to the Wind Shadow building from the training ground, and Kinkuro and Temari went back with him. The Rock Village, the Mist Village, the Grass Village, the Takigakure Village, the Grass Village, etc. are all paying more and more attention to the light curtain. Most of them have two actions. The first is to increase attention to the light curtain. The second is to prevent war from coming. After all, facing the fate of Konoha, the strongest village in the ninja world, in the light curtain, everyone feels that the rabbit is dead and the dog is cooked. Of course, they don't think of themselves as hunting dogs. In short, this crisis is shared. The common enemy of the ninja world is the Akatsuki organization, and the common, unknown, mysterious light curtain of the ninja world. In this case, all villages can only wait for the opportunity. First figure out what it is, and then decide what to do next. At this moment, an uninvited guest came to Audiobook. A group of people behind Orochimaru looked at the ghost thing that suddenly emerged from the ground with full vigilance. It was a ghost thing. A half-black and half-white human body grew in the white pitcher plant. He slowly emerged from the ground. If it wasn't for the eyes, his existence would be completely undetectable. It was like a roadside grass. Z, what are you doing here? Aren't you from Akatsuki? Orochimaru looked over indifferently, his eyes as cold as a poisonous snake. He still had a grudge against Akatsuki. Forced to join, forced to defect. Naturally, he didn't have a good impression of the members of Akatsuki. Z, Orochimaru, I need your immortal reincarnation technique. Z traveled thousands of miles to use ephemeral reincarnation technique. The purpose is naturally to revive Madara. The way Madara hopes to revive is the Jado reincarnation technique in the light curtain. Unfortunately, this technique is controlled by Nagato. After seeing the light curtain, Zetsu has given up the idea of persuading Nagato. The guy whose dream was changed by a few words from Naruto in the light curtain. How could he help Madara revive? Even now that he has seen the light curtain, it is uncertain whether he will revive the 10 Tails. Let him catch the 9 Tails, he will destroy Konoha for revenge. Let him destroy it with a nuclear bomb, he will choose to sacrifice his life to revive others. Zetsu has a secret technique to control others. But he can only control others when they are at their weakest. Nagato still occupies the Samsara Eye and controls the power of the 6 paths. I am afraid that Zetsu will be crushed by Shinra Tensei before he gets close. And Orochimaru's immortal reincarnation technique was revealed during his defection. As a professional intelligence collector in Akatsuki, Zetsu naturally knew about this. Immortal reincarnation is also one of the ways to revive Madara. but it is definitely not as good as outer path reincarnation. Zetsu has also lived for thousands of years. If it weren't for this strange light curtain, he would not want to come out to the world. He was an undercover intelligence agent in Akatsuki. This is his perfect plan to save his mother Kaguya. It's a pity that it's all because of this light curtain. When Orochimaru heard Zetsu's purpose, his eyes flashed and he said, "Oh, I didn't expect that Zetsu also wanted to revive someone." Orochimaru is very interested in studying this weird thing called Zetsu. Moreover, immortal reincarnation is not a good way to revive. It is controlled by the person who casts the spell. If the conditions given by Zetsu are sufficient, he may cooperate with him. Zetsu looked at the group of people behind Orochimaru. "There are too many people here, so I can't tell you." "Well, I'll take you to my lab." Experimental base. Uchiha Madara, I need you to revive Uchiha Madara. Hearing this name, even the extremely rational Orochimaru couldn't help but be shocked. Uchiha Madara, the person who is on par with Senju Hashirama. Chapter 52, outside the hidden rain village. Inside the cave. Nagato was speechless. Outer path reincarnation technique. He actually used the outer path reincarnation technique to revive the entire Konoha Village. Although the light curtain did not show the picture. But Nagato had guessed the final result. All the people in Konoha Village were resurrected. Otherwise, it could not explain why, when Naruto became the 7th generation. Kakashi was still there, and even became the 6th generation Hokage. Konoha was obviously his enemy. He obviously had a bigger goal. Why was he so easily persuaded? It was definitely not just the legend of Perseverance Ninja. Speaking of which, when Naruto said the name of this book, Nagato felt a huge sadness in his heart. It was like something he had worked hard for. In his eyes now, it has become worthless. He also wanted to know, why has there been such a big change? Why did he bury all the positive and beautiful things in the past? It was not until later that he remembered the pain he had described to Naruto. He seemed to understand the source of this sadness, because his life itself was a tragedy. When beautiful things are broken, great sadness will arise. At the last moment, the light curtain Nagato was reminded of beautiful memories. This Naruto is really an incredible guy. The entrance of the cave. Konan thought the same. She has always been taboo about the outer path reincarnation natural art. She does not think that this is just a technique that consumes chakra. There is no unequal exchange in the world. To revive a living being, at least a life is needed. When Konan heard the light curtain Nagato say this technique, she was stunned. That kind of determination, that kind of death. Konan looked at Pain next to him. He stared at the light curtain as usual. It seems that Nagato also wants to know what is behind the light curtain. People are always prone to fear and prejudice against unknown things. If the light curtain can really project a certain future, they may be able to take fewer detours and have fewer farewells like the light curtain. Yahiko passed away if Nagato passed away. How could she protect the hidden rain village alone? It is incredible that Naruto can change Nagato's mind. At this time, Feiduin couldn't help yelling at Pain, "What is the outer path reincarnation natural art? Why didn't the leader tell us? Very powerful ninjutsu." He didn't care whether the leader was Pain or Nagato, as long as they were both leaders. Didn't he see that his partner still had 5 hearts? Until the end, he thought the last jutsu was the final blow to Naruto. Kakuzu tilted his head and glanced. Hidden was looking up and asking Pain, and also motioned to Konan, looking very curious. Kakuzu. This guy couldn't see the situation clearly at all. He probably thought he couldn't die, so he lost his brain. He didn't even have the simplest analysis of this battle. I thought Naruto and Nagato were enemies. The leader of our Akatsuki organization was almost defected by Naruto. Fortunately, his mind was not as big as the leader's. He just wanted to make money and live a muddled life. Otherwise, he would definitely be bewitched by Naruto. It has to be said that Naruto is not only strong, but also has a certain talent in public speaking. Conan, this technique is meaningless to you, and it's useless for you to know it. Hidden, in that case, I won't ask any more questions. However, our Akatsuki organization has performed brilliantly in this battle. Will anyone see how powerful we are and want to join us? Or can I ask them to join my evil cult? Hidden continued to chatter nonstop. But Conan and the others didn't want to pay attention to him. They all looked at the screen and waited for the next content. They didn't care about the disappearance of Zetsu, who appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Scorpion is extremely disgusted with anything that requires waiting for others or making others wait. Although the meeting was interrupted now, the leader didn't say that he would continue the meeting. But Scorpion didn't think it was a wait. He was attracted by the light curtain. This strange and mysterious light curtain may touch eternity. Deidara joined the Akatsuki organization because he was attracted by the artistic temperament of the members. He could see everyone's artistic moments in the light curtain. Of course, he chose to continue watching. To be honest, he was very interested in the leader's 10-tailed nuclear flat. I look forward to this happening in the future. In this way, the entire ninja world has become an art venue. Itachi looked at the light curtain and Naruto's final decision, and some fluctuations occurred in his heart. Naruto believed in Jiraiya, and Jiraiya believed in Naruto can bring peace. So Naruto also began to believe in himself. He couldn't help but think of his feelings for his brother. Maybe this trust was missing. Itachi stared at the light screen as if he wanted to see through it. In the end, he still let out a light breath. It's useless to think too much. There is no meaning for him to return to Konoha now. If the future shown on the light screen can give him a definite answer, maybe at that time he can do his own thing. Hoshigaki Kasame has been paying attention to Itachi's condition. At this moment, he seems to have figured something out. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at the light screen. He knew a phase vision, and he even agreed with this vision. At the same time, he also respected Itachi, feeling that they were in the same boat. He really wanted to know what Itachi had realized. But he wouldn't take the initiative to ask, because if he told others what he had realized, they might not understand it. Only by relying on himself to realize it. Afei still looked at the light screen steadily. He knew that Nagato had betrayed Akatsuki in the end, but he did nothing. It was meaningless. Like everyone else, the existence of the light curtain made everyone pause. Without resolving the doubts about the light curtain, anything they do could be a trick of the light curtain. Playing these pictures, guiding or confusing. It doesn't matter what the final result is. Same. The long-awaited Easter egg segment. Continue the content of the last time. Naruto's marriage finale. Last time was Gaara's gift selection Easter egg after Naruto vs. Gaara. I think everyone can guess it this time. Who is Uzumaki, Naruto's marriage partner? Not only revealing Naruto's marriage partner. Most of everyone's favorite characters have appeared. Konoha. Ninja School. Observation deck. This is easy to guess. Naruto blushed for a rare time and felt a little embarrassed. He quickly stopped her and said, "Hey, Teacher Hong, there's no need to talk about this kind of thing." Naruto himself guessed who it was. But he is still so young, how can he think about this kind of thing? It's meaningless to play these things on the light screen. It's better to let him watch the battle and then ask the teacher for advice. Naruto is like this, so Hinata is no exception. She has become a steam man. Even Hong didn't dare to tease her, for fear that Hinata would faint in the next second. However, except for the two parties who felt attacked from behind by the light screen. Everyone else present stared at the light screen with great interest. It was as if they were watching a TV series at home. The atmosphere was full of joy. Chapter 53, In the Light Curtain. I don't know if this kind of relationship can be summarized by just the two words teacher and student. On the eve of the wedding, Uruka thought about a lot of things while lying on the bed. The turmoil on the night of the nine-tailed fox. The beginning of everything for Naruto. In the dream, Konoha, which was full of bauhinia flowers, lost its peace and tranquility. Bauhinia flowers represent brotherly harmony and family harmony. Countless families lost their loved ones, including Naruto and Uruka himself. Parents passed away while protecting Konoha. Uruka, although I understand your feelings, he, like you, does not understand the love of parents. The words of the third generation seemed to echo in my ears. Then I thought of Mizuki unconsciously. This once good companion. Sitting at the foot of the tree, he gave the highest evaluation to Naruto. He is an excellent student that I recognize, diligent and focused, but also a little clumsy and not recognized by anyone. He now understands the pain of human hearts and is no longer a demon fox. He is from Konoha Hokage. During the day, everyone was busy preparing for tomorrow's celebration. Recording congratulatory messages, writing messages, decorating Konoha. But he felt a little weird. There was a sense of being out of place, and he was not very enthusiastic about recording his congratulatory message. Is the identity of teacher and student too superficial? Thanks. Naruto's visit. I have a request. Can you attend the wedding as my father? Congratulations. Sakura approaches the camera, Naruto, Hinata. Then Sakura steps back and says it with sigh. Congratulations on your marriage. Guy's team in the morning light. Lee makes a funny pose, while Guy smiles with bright teeth. Tenten makes a yeah gesture with both hands and is the most normal member. Lee, I hope your family will be as bright as this morning's sun. Tenten, I wish you happiness. Guy waves Neji's shadow. Congratulations on your marriage. Ino Shikachu team in front of the restaurant. Ino approaches the camera. Congratulations. Shikamaru, come on. Choji, don't eat too much of this delicious love-made food. Team ate by the bridge. Shino, congratulations. Inuzuka Kiba, congratulations. Akamaru, woof woof. All students at ninja school. Naruto, Hinata, congratulations on your marriage. All major clans, Konoha guards, Ikaraku Noodle House, etc. Hong, congratulations to both of you. Little Sarutobi Murai waves his hands. Congratulations. Orochimaru, Naruto, Hinata, although a lot of things have happened, congratulations on your marriage. Countless familiar people appeared in the congratulatory video. Tsunade, Kakashi, the fourth Raikage, Killer Bee, Gaara, Uruka, etc. The final picture. Naruto is wearing a solemn black dress, handsome and steady. Hinata is wearing a white dress, charming and beautiful. They hold hands and say goodbye to Hyuga Hayashi and Hyuga Hanabi. Pushing open the door of the auditorium, they walk into a beautiful world of white light. Congratulations on your marriage. Ninja School. Observation deck. Before everyone came out of the warm and harmonious atmosphere of the light curtain, Kai led his team up excitedly. Of course, they did not forget to look at the light curtain while coming up. Zio Lee's eyes widened when he saw his future self. Excited to exercise. Teacher Kai, I am still so energetic. Kai smiled with the same bright teeth as Kai in the light curtain. Thumbs up to Zio Lee. Well done, stick to your own ninja way. This is the truth that Gwangmu Naruto taught us. Yes, I have to watch Naruto and learn from him later. Learning is endless and training is endless. Zio Lee, your future is endless too. Teacher Kai. Ten Tian next to him couldn't help but curl her lips helplessly. The sound in my ears is so noisy. But fortunately, she has been through a lot. When she saw Gwangmu Tian wearing a beige sleeveless cheongsam and attending a wedding, her face couldn't help but show a little red. Then she saw Gwangmu Tian was at a loss because Teacher Kai and Zio Lee walked upside down to attend the wedding. Her legs were crossed, not a lady at all. Damn, I was exposed. She couldn't help but look around to see if anyone noticed. At this time, she saw that Neji looked a little wrong. She quickly looked at Gwangmu, but couldn't find him after looking for a long time. Teacher Kai, please stop encouraging Zio Lee. Do you see Neji in the light curtain? Kai and Zio Lee separated their hugs and looked at the light curtain together. See behind her the congratulatory message. The light curtain Kai sprinkled a handful of unknown powder, and then the image of Neji flashed by. They knew it then. It seems that Neji participated in Naruto's wedding as a soul body. Kakashi noticed the figure of Kai's team, and his eyes moved. He called out, "Kai, your team has a lot of images in the light curtain." Kai's thick eyebrows stood up, and his whole face became solemn. "Kakashi, I didn't see Neji in the light curtain." Kakashi said calmly, "This kind of thing is very common in the ninja world. Kai, you know it. After all, I didn't see Sasuke's figure." Sasuke looked at Neji when he heard this, and he and Neji looked at each other. He frowned. Then the two turned their heads at the same time. Both of them are called geniuses, but they may not survive at this moment in the light curtain. Could it be that they didn't work hard enough? Not far away, Hong and Asuma looked at each other. Asuma saw Hong's worry and indicated that it was okay. Turned his head and looked at the light curtain. Is it really okay? Not entirely. Sacrifice is nothing, as long as it is a valuable sacrifice. Looking at the cute girl with a bright smile and dancing on the light curtain. Saruto by Murray. What a good name. So I will have a daughter in the future. Thinking of this, Asuma's originally uneasy heart gradually calmed down and warmed up. That's it. He made a decision secretly. If it is not necessary, he must let Future have fatherly love. He can't bear to give up such a cute daughter. Hokage building. Hinata Hayashi looked indifferent, but his mood was complicated. He had never experienced marrying a daughter. Looking at the light curtain, he also looked inexperienced. Inexperienced people consider sending messages, giving red envelopes, considering clothes, etc. He felt weird. It seems that he will be like this in the future, not much better. But the last scene of Hinata and Naruto walking into the auditorium. Hinata smiled happily. It seems that Hinata has really found her destiny. Hyuga Hayashi has no objection to this. What's more, Naruto is the future Hokage. The third Hokage asked Shikaku, "Have you recorded who may be sacrificed in the future?" Of course, it's good to just look at beautiful things. The third Hokage is very calm. For this ending, I don't know how many people will pay the price of their lives. Naruto's wedding is such a big scene. Even a guy like Orochimaru got involved. How could other people in Konoha not participate? According to the normal lifespan, everyone can live to that time. Then there is only one situation for not appearing in the light curtain. Deaths. Shikaku nodded and said, "It's all recorded. Jiraiya, Asuma, and Neji are confirmed to be dead." Shikaku looked at the third generation with a slight hesitation. The third generation understood what he meant. "And I Saruto by Hiruzen, right? It's okay. Write it down. I'm a ninja of Konoha like everyone else." Yes, and the ones who are not sure are. After listening, the third generation nodded and relaxed. Naruto's wedding. I don't know if I will have the chance to see such a happy event again. The light curtain is the light curtain, and reality is reality. It's not meaningless to record the sacrificed ninjas. These people will be listed as the key protected objects of Konoha by him. Perhaps the light curtain will reveal their specific causes of death at some point. This way, he can better formulate emergency plans. Peace is the ultimate goal. But achieving the minimum sacrifice in the pursuit of peace is also what the Hokage needs to consider. The future is destined to be different from the light curtain. The third generation's eyes are sharp. He was sure of that. Chapter 54, Sand Village. Kazekage building. The fourth Kazekage was silent at this moment. He should be happy that his son inherited his position as Kazekage. But this is Gaara, whom he regarded as a weapon of the tailed beast. Rasa lacked a father-son relationship with him. He even sent someone to assassinate him. Although that was a decision he made as Kazekage to protect the village. I don't know if there is room for reversal in this situation now. However, the future harmonious relationship between Sand Village, Kumigakure Village, and Konoha Village made him look sideways. There is no light curtain. It is difficult for him to imagine such a scene. If this is the ending, it is not a bad idea to leave the position of Kazekage to Gaara. Gaara and the other two are in another place in the Kazekage building. Of course, they can also see the light curtain. Gaara looked at his calm and peaceful appearance in the light curtain. A trace of envy flashed in his muddy eyes. No one around was afraid of him. Even his stupid brother dared to approach him. In the light curtain, Gaara was in a crowded place, relaxed and relaxed. These were all states that Gaara could not reach at the moment. Kankuro secretly paid attention to Gaara's state. The tattoos on his face looked cautious. Kankuro was quite bold. He didn't dare to do that now. Temari looked at the light curtain and found something strange. She frowned slightly. Who is that kid from Konoha? Why did she in the light curtain speak to him in a humble manner? Actually, it wasn't humble. It was just that Temari in the light curtain was shy, and Temari was unhappy. As the princess of the Sand Village, she also has her own pride. Cloud Village. Rekindled building. Kurabi's dark and tall body began to show off again. Hey, the handsome look of light curtain killer appears. Performing on the street, where the Bauhinia flowers are blooming. The passing Kazekage and guards all stopped and were fascinated. A grand wedding ceremony cannot be without my killer. Killer, wearing round sunglasses, made every move with his hands and feet. He was a pure eye-catcher in the Rekindled building. The fourth Rekindled did not interrupt Killer's rap at this time. After all, rap is his brother's hobby. As long as it does not affect the main business. Singing during the break can still relax the atmosphere. Yukito looked at Killer, who was also a Jinchuriki. He couldn't help but show a cat-like smile on his face. He is indeed a perfect Jinchuriki. This state is completely different from the dark impression of ordinary Jinchuriki. Yukito likes this relaxed and active atmosphere. As long as Killer B doesn't sing narcissistic words a little more, it will be fine. In the light curtain. Nine-tailed power arc, golden nine-tailed Minxian Foxaming. Seeing the light curtain display the title of the next battle. Countless ninjas were shocked and confused. Finally, the next chapter begins. Nine-tailed power. Didn't the tailed beast coat appear in the previous Wave Country arc? Isn't that the nine-tailed power? In the Chunin exam arc, he transformed into a nine-tailed demon fox. Isn't that the nine-tailed power? Not to mention the Konoha destruction arc. The nine-tailed turned into a violent Naruto and released it to the ultimate. It was almost Uzumaki Naruto, covered by the hatred of the nine-tailed. This is definitely the nine-tailed power. But now it is the nine-tailed power arc. And everyone didn't understand the last few words. Golden nine-tailed Minxian Foxaming. A name that I have never heard of. Could it be that this is a form that is stronger than all the previous forms of Naruto? Konoha. Hokage building. Staring at the title in the light curtain. Standing at the window, the eyes of the third generation flashed with some doubt. He took a pipe and blew out smoke one after another. Fortunately, the wind outside the window took away all the smoke. The third generation thought about all the information about the nine-tailed Jinchuriki in the past. I have never heard of the Jinchuriki changing their forms. Uzumaki Maido, Uzumaki Kushina. And then there is the current Uzumaki Naruto. Could this be the key to Naruto's strength improvement in the future? Thinking of this, the third generation immediately told Shikaku and others. The content in the next light curtain may be very important and even related to the overall strength improvement of Konoha. You should pay attention to record any useful information in the light curtain. Everyone in the meeting room nodded in affirmation. Shikaku thought deeply. The titles should be read separately. Jinaming, Nine-Tailed Ming, Zionhuming. So there is the Golden Naruto form, the Nine-Tailed Naruto form, and the last Fairy Tail Naruto form. He also guessed. The Fairy Tail form may be related to Fairy Naruto. It seems to be combined with the Tailed Beast form. But that form is very difficult even for Shikaku hard to imagine. Ninja School. Jirya and Tsunade just walked onto the viewing platform. The light screen showed the title. The young people present all looked at the light screen. Uzumaki Naruto. Jirya shouted loudly. His voice was full of the unique smell of oil of middle-aged old men, and his unique voice made it easy to distinguish. Instantly, Everyone looked at Jiraiya and the others. Naruto shouted with surprise, "Lecherous immortal! Isn't this his future mentor who flashed in the light screen before?" The forehead protector on his forehead said oil. Thick white hedgehog-like hair. He also carried a huge scroll on his back. He had an unreconciled temperament and didn't look like a strong man at all. But this made him look much more friendly. That's why Naruto dared to call him the nickname Lecherous Immortal as soon as he opened his mouth. Without waiting for Jiraiya to respond, Naruto quickly noticed the person next to him. The future 5th Hokage, Grandma Tsunade. Jiraiya's face, which was originally forcing a smile, drooped. Hey, this Naruto seems to be more excited to see Tsunade than to see himself. He is his most important bond in the future. This shouldn't be the case. This shouldn't be the case. Not only did Naruto take the two ninja legends very seriously when they appeared in front of him, everyone present could only call themselves juniors in front of the two. What's more, the light screen was playing Tsunade's highlights. Especially Tent and others were very excited, seeing their idol and their goal right in front of them. After a simple greeting, they got to know each other. Jiraiya and Tsunade also joined the waiting team. They looked at the light screen together. The next scene was destined to be Naruto's home court again. Golden Ming. In Naruto's consciousness space. Senjutsu Super Large Ball Rasengan. Instantly, numerous Sage Naruto jumped into the air and raised large aquamarine Rasengan with a radius of about tens of meters. The sky was full of huge energy balls. Aquamarine light and violent white light filled the entire screen. Energy fluctuations even caused the will space to shake slightly. Countless needle-like wind blades emanated from each energy ball. And this was not an energy ball, but a large aquamarine Rasengan that filled the entire screen. Their target was Nine-Tailed Kurama, Chapter 55, the weak and helpless Nine-Tails with its two claws on the ground, looking at the fierce attack signal in front of it. Even the figure of Naruto, the caster, appears insignificant under the cover of the light. It is hard to imagine where such a small Naruto gets such a huge amount of chakra energy. Facing such energy fluctuations, especially when the target is himself, the Nine-Tails looks over with shock. It destroys the world. It has infinite hatred in its body. It is the most terrifying and powerful Nine-Tails in the ninja world. But facing this impending crisis, the Nine-Tails' red eyes still flash with fear. White light flashes. Konoha. Ninja School. Observation deck. Everyone stared at the scene in the light curtain in amazement. What on earth is this thing that fills the screen in the light curtain? Just looking at it twice seems to be able to feel its power. Even if one of them hits the nine-tailed fox, it will be in pain for a long time. Not to mention the screen full of balls now. The notorious nine-tailed demon fox has become a little pitiful. So powerful. Naruto opened his mouth wide, his eyes full of shock. This scene was really created by Uzumaki Naruto. Even he himself couldn't believe it for a moment. If he had used Senjutsu Super Large Ball Rasengan when fighting Pain before. This ninjutsu with a loud name, terrifying, offensive, and full of handsomeness. Even Pain, who claims to be a god, would have been beaten to a pulp. Naruto has been convinced by the light curtain Naruto. The distance between him and light curtain Naruto is getting farther and farther. I don't know when it will reach this point. Sasuke was also stunned by the scene in front of him. A bit of bitterness appeared on his cold and handsome face. He thinks he is more eager for strength than Naruto. How can Naruto reach this level? Where on earth is he? Kyuubi Kurama get up and eat meatballs. Everyone turned their heads to look over after hearing such a vivid image. It turned out that Jiraiya stood up and applauded at the light curtain. The two red vertical bars on Jiraiya's face bent as he laughed. He looked quite relaxed and happy. Jiraiya was indeed very happy. First, he found the child of prophecy in advance through the light curtain. Second, he saw that Naruto's future was bright after seeing the light curtain. It was obvious that Naruto could bring peace to the ninja world. This was equivalent to his lifelong pursuit, and the responsibility he had endured finally being realized at this moment. It was worth going out to celebrate the one-year collection of Intimate Paradise. Of course, now he still had to guide Naruto well. Master Jiraiya, what you said is very vivid. The light curtain is really like a big ball on the screen. Naruto nodded in agreement. It's enough to call him the title of lustful sage once. After all, Naruto still knows the basic common sense of Master Jiraiya, who hasn't been in contact for too long and is not familiar with the real Master Jiraiya. But for now, Master Jiraiya is quite interesting. Tsunade sat aside and looked at everyone present with a smile. Sure enough, staying with this group of people will make your mentality younger. At the same time, Tsunade is also paying attention to Naruto. It's not certain whether the content of the light curtain will become a reality. Will it get better or worse? All these need time to verify. At this moment, she has always had an idea. Is she going to give the necklace? Tsunade's face straightened, and then shook her head and raised her head. Forget it, it's useless to think too much. Let's continue to look at the light curtain. Hokage building. The third generation saw this scene. The wrinkled face instantly relaxed, looking much kinder. He was obviously in a good mood as well. He really enjoyed seeing the Nine-Tails being beat. The destruction caused by the Nine-Tails Knight was still vivid in my mind. However, there was still a doubt about the light curtain scene. That is, where did Naruto get such a huge amount of chakra? Even as a member of the Uzumaki clan. Without the help of the Nine-Tails chakra, it would not be limited to this. The hidden Cloud Village. Mysterious island base. Bang bang. Knock on the door. Killer Bee opened the door and looked at the boy in front of him. Please teach me how to control the tailed beasts. He came to this prophesied isolated island with the severely seasick thick eyebrows sensei, Yamato sensei, and others. This is what the Toad Sage predicted. Naruto, I saw your prediction. You will meet an octopus next. It's not very clear, but it should be on a lonely island. It's a paradise for animals that humans cannot get close to. It seems to me that it should be a very pleasant resort. There, the octopus should be able to help you. In short, it will guide you. Although the process was a bit bumpy in the end, the results were also a bit different. It was not a smooth journey, nor a tourist destination. It was just a somewhat dangerous island. But the target seemed to be found. It was the muscular man with sunglasses in front of him, the rapper who loved to sing and dance, Killer Bee. He is the Jinchuriki, who can perfectly control the Eight Tails. Naruto himself cannot control the Nine Tails, but he needs to obtain the power of the Nine Tails. Only in this way, can we better protect everyone. Chase back the person who defected from Konoha. Knock down those guys who plotted against the tailed beasts. Stop the acts that infringe on the peace of the ninja world. Kurabi stares at Naruto's eyes. Looks very determined. No. Naruto is stunned. I came here for vacation under the order of my brother, the Raikage. Why should I waste my few vacation days to do something like this? Idiot bastard. Next picture. Bang bang bang. The door is opened. Naruto's expression is still as firm as ever. The Konoha forehead protector on his forehead has proved that he is a mature ninja. Please tell me how the man with sunglasses practices and controls the Eight Tails. He practices here, right? Mott in the room looks at Naruto quietly. He is the Kumagakure ninja, who is responsible for receiving Naruto and his party on the island. Ah, you mean Kurabi. Hearing this name, Naruto starts to complain directly, his voice full of resentment and certainty. He came all the way here, crossing mountains and seas, not for fun. If the power of the Nine Tails in the body cannot be controlled, it is better to abandon it. The power of the seal is slowly weakening. If the will is swallowed by the Nine Tails, the whole person will lose his humanity. In the end, Naruto, who has transformed into the Nine Tails, destroys the village and hurts his companions. Naruto doesn't want to see such a result. He has a lot of things to do. He doesn't want to waste time. Killer Bee's perfect Jinchuriki should be able to understand him as a fellow Jinchuriki. But he acted so indifferent. He didn't want to pay attention to him at all. That old man didn't take me seriously at all, so I came to ask you for advice. Ask me. I don't care if he's a hero of Kumagakure. He's petty, stubborn, and likes to tell jokes. As a Jinchuriki, you should understand my feelings to some extent. Angered by Naruto's attitude of speaking ill of Killer Bee, Matoi grabbed Naruto's collar. Do you know Killer Bee? If you keep talking nonsense, I won't let you go, kid. Naruto was caught by Mot. Mot continued. Since you are also a Jinchuriki, you should be able to imagine how he survived. Hearing this, Naruto's blue eyes looked straight over. Of course, Uncle should be able to understand me. Then why don't you lend a hand to me in trouble? I also. Naruto lowered his head, frowned, and his eyebrows jumped. He suppressed the shadow in his heart. There is no need to release those negative emotions. He is also a person who has experienced countless pains. The village is being rebuilt. Everything will be fine, right? Chapter 56, Konoha. Ninja School. Observation deck. Everyone looked at the sudden change of mood of Gwangmu Naruto and couldn't help but feel sorry for this teenager. To the younger generation, Gwangmu Naruto is not much older than them. To Jiraiya and others, they may not be as good as Naruto at that age. But Naruto is surprisingly responsible. For his dream of becoming a Hokage, for everyone's recognition. He has this determination to keep working hard. How did Naruto endure the pain during this period? Judging from the period of Gwangmu, it should be after the destruction of Konoha. Naruto bared his teeth. Fight for Gwangmu Naruto. Idiot bastard. How can this Killer Bee say that? How does he know that Gwangmu Naruto is the hero of Konoha Village? Naruto didn't mean to brag at all. At this moment, he didn't regard Gwangmu Naruto as himself. He is far from qualified. Jiraiya looked deeply at the complex expression of Gwangmu Naruto. A variety of emotions intertwined. Trying hard but frustrated everywhere. This feeling probably reminded him of the bad scenes in his childhood. This is also the fate of Jinchuriki. Naruto, you have to think that the Hidden Cloud Village is not a companion to Konoha. In the past, conflicts between the Hidden Cloud Village and Konoha were not uncommon. They have no reason to provide help. Naruto turned his head and looked at the friendly teacher Jiraiya beside him, still a little dissatisfied. But, don't you believe in Gwangmu Naruto? He is the protagonist in it, destined to be a hero. You have also seen him conquer the Nine Tails before, and you must always have the power of belief. Hearing such encouraging words, not only Naruto has gained a lot. The juniors present, even the senior ninjas, couldn't help but feel positive power in their hearts. Tsunade has been silent and didn't take the initiative to speak. In front of Jiraiya, who can be better at talking about these than him. She also needs similar spiritual healing. Watching the light curtain is for healing, and knowing Naruto is also for healing. Sasuke leaned on the wooden beam behind the chair on the observation deck, quietly looking at the light curtain that was clearly visible not far away. The breeze blew his hair. He recalled the most important purpose of his life: kill his brother and avenge his family. Itachi is probably also staring at the light curtain. I don't know what a person like him can see from it. Sasuke can patiently look at the light curtain. The content of the light curtain seems to have nothing to do with him. In fact, it can also make him look forward to the subsequent exposure. The future scenes of Sasuke and Itachi will always be exposed. In order to get the truth of the year, he is willing to wait patiently. There is another point. Naruto's story gradually aroused his interest. Cloud Hidden Village, surrounded by high mountains. Rekindled building. Killer Bee stared blankly at the picture that flashed by. He couldn't help but sing out his feelings. The light curtain is slandering me again. Bastard light curtain randomly screenshots. It seems that they want to portray me as a villain, and they don't have any personality. As long as we are fighting the enemy together, I am absolutely happy to help. Besides, as a Jinchuriki, I have a good feeling for Naruto. The fourth generation Rekage AI nodded and agreed with Killer Bee's statement. The light curtain does not necessarily directly show the truth of the facts. It still needs to be analyzed according to the specific situation. And Killer Bee is not such an indifferent person. His optimistic temperament is quite famous in the hidden Cloud Village. Hearing Killer Bee's words, Samui's cold and white face showed something strange. That island was once used as a prison for the hidden Cloud Village. Kurabi successfully controlled the Eight Tails in that place and became a perfect Jinchuriki. According to the projection rules of the Light Curtain Killer Bee will eventually teach Light Curtain Naruto. True waterfall. A waterfall that seems to never stop. There is a circular grass field in front of it that stands out on the water. Sit in front of the waterfall and concentrate. You can enter your own spiritual world. Then this waterfall will become a mirror that reflects your true self. This is the prelude to the training of controlling the tailed beasts. Naruto jumps onto the small circular grass field and slowly closes his eyes to meditate. Listen to the gurgling sound of the waterfall. Naruto feels a sense of tranquility. Then, a familiar voice comes from the waterfall. It is exactly the same as Naruto's own voice. Why is there no signature at Ikaraku Ramen? Those people suddenly change their attitude. They are very intimate with you. Naruto opens his eyes. Seeing the waterfall, a dark Naruto, who looked exactly like him, walked out. The only thing that could be distinguished was the dark Naruto's gloomy expression and the pair of red eyes. Do you feel that they are hypocritical? Do you feel disgusted from the inside out? That's why they didn't sign. Dark Naruto smirked. They are really annoying. Naruto's forehead was sweating unconsciously. It was also the first time he had seen such a situation. A person who felt familiar, but completely different, really appeared in front of him. Dark Naruto continued to provoke with words. The group of people in the village. They were very repulsive to us before. This sentence reminded Naruto of his own memory. After all, they are all Naruto, and memories are shared. What Naruto knows, Dark Naruto also knows. That was what happened after Naruto dealt with pain. Not surprisingly, Naruto, who became the hero of Konoha, was enthusiastically pursued by the villagers. The children of the ninjas asked for autographs, saying that they were his fans. They said that he was a boy who created miracles. Naruto's first reaction was to be embarrassed. He had never seen such a scene before. When would he have fans who even asked for autographs? Who are you? Isn't it clear, I am you? Naruto didn't want to believe it. I am you, the self deep inside you. Naruto couldn't believe it. Isn't it said that this is the real waterfall? I didn't expect that I could appear in the open. It's a good place. In other words, I am the real you, I am the real you. I am the very important part of you that hates and is dark. The only difference is, the Nine Tails, the guy likes me more. Yes, I am you, but you can't get rid of me, you fake. Naruto finally couldn't help but refute, you are the fake. Immediately afterwards, Dark Naruto rushed over with a right hook, trying to attack Naruto. Naruto decisively fought back. Then there was a long physical duel. Naruto and Dark Naruto were evenly matched, and it was impossible to tell who was the winner. It seemed that whatever Naruto was going to do, Dark Naruto knew how to respond next. After a long time, the two Naruto fell on the water, panting with exhaustion. Naruto propped himself up and stood up. Damn, you have the same ability as me. No matter how we fight, we can't decide the winner. Dark Naruto teased, you can't beat me. Shadow clone technique. Shadow clone technique. The two of them attacked almost at the same time, with the same number of clones. The next moment, the countless shadow clones ran out of energy and turned into smoke with a bang sound. Rasengan. Rasengan. This is the last attack Naruto can make. Chapter 57. Two identical Rasengan collide. The impact of the collision, rapid waves, seems to drown Naruto. Instantly, Naruto wakes up from his meditation, looking at the waterfall in front of him. Naruto no longer feels as peaceful as before, but noisy instead. His mind is distracted. No matter the ninjutsu, tactics, or special skills, they are all exactly the same, and it is impossible to tell who wins. And what this dark Naruto said. Not far away, Yamato looks at Naruto woodenly. His experience in the route has made him not like to show his emotions. However, this is very helpful in hiding the secret mission. The secret mission is hide the 9 Tails Jinchuriki and the 8 Tails Jinchuriki to prevent them from being discovered by the Akatsuki organization. They came to this remote island for this mission. And only Yamato knows about this mission, and Naruto is still kept in the dark. Yamato really hopes that Naruto can master the power of the 9 Tails as soon as possible. This way, he will have the power to protect himself. But he also needs to prevent Naruto from knowing the content of this secret mission. If Naruto knows, he may not be able to calm down at all. The current situation is very unclear, and Naruto is the key to determining the situation in the ninja world. The 4th Ninja World War is about to start. The two sides of the battle may be the entire Ninja World Alliance and the Akatsuki organization. At this juncture, try to keep an eye on Naruto. Konoha Ninja School. Observation deck. Sakura, how can we defeat each other in this situation? The two people are exactly the same. When she saw the same Naruto appear in the real waterfall of the light curtain, she actually had a feeling of wanting to enter the real waterfall in her heart. Can make him appear in the light. Sakura always felt that if she could show herself truly, she would definitely become different. The real Sakura might do better than her. Later, she saw Naruto's dark side. Sakura actually thought about these things in her heart. Those villagers are indeed a bit hypocritical, like what dark Naruto said. They were ostracized before, but enthusiastic later. This kind of thing. It seems that even light curtain Naruto has had such thoughts. However, at this time, Sakura felt that light curtain Naruto became less distant. How could there be a perfect story hero in the world? We all live in the ninja world. Why is Naruto kind by nature and can even remain kind forever? After all, we need others to guide and encourage us. Looking at the light curtain, Naruto's brows were full of distress at this moment. Rubbing his cheeks, Naruto questioned, how could the dark Naruto in this light curtain be light curtain Naruto? Just like light curtain Naruto. They both couldn't believe that this gangster-like person was Naruto himself. Except for his appearance and strength, he didn't look like light curtain Naruto at all. Whatever choice Naruto made, dark Naruto would choose the opposite. This is not him at all. Shikamaru looked at the light screen, then turned to Naruto and said calmly, of course this is not you, but it is still you in essence. You say it's not me, and then you say it's me. Speak clearly, Shikamaru. Naruto scratched his head. He was almost headached by Shikamaru's words. Shikamaru didn't care about Naruto's anxious tone. He said based on his own understanding. From the perspective of behavior, this dark Naruto has nothing to do with Naruto, but from a psychological point of view, everyone has these dark thoughts more or less, which is inevitable. The question is, how can you always guarantee that you will not change into dark Naruto? This is the key. See Shikamaru express his point of view. Jiraiya comforted him at this time. Naruto, what does it matter whether it is true or not? You should not be afraid of others misunderstanding or something. If others are sure of what kind of person you are because of this, the attitude of such people is irrelevant to you, right? Jiraiya sat lazily on the bench of the observation deck. He felt inexplicably relaxed. He roughly saw the mystery of this waterfall of truth. Looking at the destruction of Konoha in the light curtain before, in the battle with pain, Naruto, who was stimulated and turned into a tailed beast, seemed to be dark Naruto. So at that moment, it was dark Naruto who was fighting for Konoha. Although he lost his mind, can you say it was not himself? Kurama likes the dark Naruto who is full of hatred, but if Naruto himself has no hatred, Kurama can't make up a dark Naruto out of nothing. So the waterfall of truth is not for confrontation, but for acceptance. Jiraiya looked at Naruto expectantly. He said so much in detail. I guess the smart child of prophecy has got the answer. Naruto seemingly understood. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, and his face was overjoyed. Got it, I have to believe in Light Curtain Naruto. After all, you said the power of belief. Jiraiya's face darkened. He said so much in vain. Naruto didn't listen seriously at all. It seems that he is more suitable for learning new things in actual combat. This kind of verbal education is completely useless. Then Jiraiya nodded half perfunctorily. Yes, your idea is very good. After a word of encouragement, Jiraiya looked at the light curtain. When he looked at the light curtain, he noticed one thing. The geographical location of the mysterious island of the Hidden Cloud Village is far away from the Hidden Rain Village. And the Akatsuki organization base is in the Hidden Rain Village. In conjunction with the information of the Akatsuki organization, catching the tailed beasts exposed by the light curtain before. The current progress of the light curtain is after Naruto solves pain. So this is not just for Naruto to practice. It is also for protection. This is easy to deduce. Does it seem that war has begun in the light curtain ninja world? Although the light curtain title shows that Naruto is constantly improving his strength to a level that no one can imagine. But the enemies he encounters will also become stronger and stronger. In front of the waterfall of truth, Naruto, Uncle Mate, can you tell me more about Uncle Octopus? Naruto has been unable to pass and wants to ask about Killer Bee's experience. Hope to find the answer from it. Mate looks at the Ninetales Jinchuriki, Naruto, in front of him. Thinking of Killer Bee in the past. Both of them have similar experiences. Perhaps they can understand each other. And Naruto's control of the Ninetales is also a major event related to the peace of the ninja world. So, Mate slowly talked about Killer Bee. I told you before, since you are also a Jinchuriki, you should be able to imagine how he survived. It's just like you thought. Strong power always makes people feel fear and creates estrangement. Kurabi has always been alienated and hated by the villagers. Naruto thought of himself when he heard this familiar words. Almost every Jinchuriki has such an experience. He and Gaara both had it before. But he was not depressed or complaining. He was always cheerful and relaxed the atmosphere around him. The most important thing is that he never felt ashamed of being a Jinchuriki, but instead showed himself. I think he showed himself confidently. Why is he so confident as a Jinchuriki? It should be for his brother Raikage-sama. Naruto and Yamato were very surprised. Mate continued to speak in a calm tone. In order to prevent the Jinchuriki from betraying, the 5 Kage's brothers, wives, and children, who are related by blood, have always been chosen to become Jinchuriki. The Jinchuriki is not only the power to protect the 5 Kage, the head of a village, but also the existence to show the strength of each of the 5 Kage. Kurabi should want to become an outstanding Jinchuriki for Raikage-sama. Even in this real waterfall, I heard that the training was completed very quickly. I respect this kind of Killer Bee from the bottom of my heart, and I regard him as the hero of Kumigakure. Hearing such an evaluation, Naruto and Yamato couldn't help but smile, feeling familiar with each other. Not only Killer Bee is like this. Naruto is like this, and Gaara, who has now become the Wind Shadow, is also like this. In the end, they are recognized by their respective villagers. Yamato smiled and said, Kurabi is really amazing that the Jinchuriki can be so admired. Of course, you too. Mate was stunned by Yamato's next words, and then lowered his head. Naruto raised a finger and thought of a good idea. By the way, in that case, Uncle Mate, please ask Uncle Octopus for me. Let him guide me in my training. I can't do it. Naruto's face became exaggerated, unbelievable. Uncle Octopus is so nice. Uncle Mate is Uncle Octopus's companion. You can always help by saying something. Why? I'm not qualified. Mate stared at Naruto with his pupils contracted and told him the deepest secret in his heart. I once wanted to kill Killer Bee. Chapter 58, The Hidden Cloud Village. Surrounded by high mountains. The Raikage building. Looking at the light screen, Yukito asked the fourth Reikage curiously, has there really been an assassination in the village? Assassinating the Shichuriki. Let's not talk about whether it can be done. Even this kind of behavior is already a major event that threatens the hidden cloud village. The fourth Reikage was confused for a moment. He kept thinking on his dark face. Unfortunately, he didn't have any impression at all. He turned his head to look at Killer Bee. Do you have any impression? Killer Bee, who was wearing sunglasses, couldn't see his eyes. He only saw his limbs moving in coordination again. His posture was quite handsome and funny. You asked me about this, I have no idea. In my eyes, Mott is my good companion. We all have good memories. How could there be such a thing as assassination? Obviously, the light curtain is making trouble again. It is my Kurabi's black fan. As long as the light curtain plays his handsome poses, he will praise the light curtain. If the light curtain plays something ambiguous, he will scold. This is the attitude of a rapper, simple and direct. Very cool. Naruto, why, didn't you just say you respected Uncle Octopus? Yamato, there must be something hidden. Matai seemed to have made a decision, slowly raised his head and looked at Naruto, and whispered softly. This is a confession. Then he began his story. Since you are a Jinchuriki like Killer Bee, I can tell you the whole story of that incident. It happened 30 years ago. At that time, the Jinchuriki had not yet been able to fully control the Eight Tails, and the Eight Tails lost control many times, causing damage to Kumigakure. The third Reikage and the elites had to prevent the Eight Tails from losing control every time. Although they could stop the loss of control, Eight Tails put it into the sealed pot, but every time there will be many casualties. Although the risk is extremely high, in order to be in an advantageous position in the confrontation with other countries, it is still necessary to control the power of the Eight Tails. So the experiment of Jinchuriki has continued. As if he was tired, Mott sat on the grass. And one of the many dead was my father. Naruto stared at Mate, imagining the scene, his face solemn. Yamato, because Killer Bee killed your father, so. Mate, no, it's not like that. Kurabi was my friend. At that time, Mott and Killer Bee were exactly 5 years old. Before this incident, the two had a very good relationship, greeting each other by bumping fists, practicing ninjutsu together in the training ground, encouraging and urging each other. Mott has always admired Killer Bee's talent for ninjutsu, very proud to have such a companion. And this happened that day. Training ground. Mott remembers it clearly. The final fist bump with Killer Bee was interrupted. Killer Bee was still holding out his fist and was instantly taken away by two Anbu. This regret, it seems to accompany me for a lifetime. Watching Killer Bee's back being taken away, the 5-year-old Mate felt vaguely. This seems to mean that the relationship between the two will no longer be connected. Not long after, Killer Bee was chosen as the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Cemetery. Mott is mourning his father. Killer Bee came over with a bouquet of white flowers. Silently, wanting to comfort this former friend together. But Mott ignored him and passed by him as if he didn't see him. The 5-year-old Killer Bee was left alone. The reasons are always complicated. Killer Bee is a Jinchuriki, and his father was killed by the tailed beast. It is impossible to be as close as before. I used to think so. It is impossible to control the Eight Tails, and there will be more victims. Since his father's sacrifice, Mate's mother cried all day long. The house is in a mess, and he has no intention to take care of it. Mate, who is only 5 years old, watched this scene. The hatred in his heart is getting deeper and deeper. All this is terrible. All this loneliness. It all started from the moment his father was killed by the Eight Tails. And now, the Eight Tails is in Killer Bee's body. Finally, I couldn't help myself and decided to take revenge. Kurabi always smiles. I began to hate that innocent smile. All my resentment towards the Eight Tails was transferred to Killer Bee, the Jinchuriki. I thought that if I killed Killer Bee, the Eight Tails would die. Riverside. The assassination. 5-year-old Madara covered his face and body and hid secretly. Seeing that Kurabi's back was defenseless, he rushed over with a kunai decisively. The result? Kurabi seemed to have eyes behind him and turned around. The weapon on his back happened to knock the kunai away. The kunai fell into the river beside. Kurabi smiled and stretched out his fist to signal, as if he wanted to bump fists with him. At that moment, he was so shocked that he felt like a murderer. Did he know that he was going to assassinate him? How could he not know? The sound of kunai colliding, the sound of kunai falling into the water, and his own weird outfit. But why did he bump fists? Mata knew Kurabi. As long as he bumped fists with Kurabi, he would become his companion. At that time, Mata was ashamed and angry. Even more panicked. I was so scared that I ran away. Although I covered my face at the time, Killer Bee should have noticed me. After that, I never spoke to him again. Yamato, if that's the case, why do you respect Killer Bee so much? The resentment didn't disappear immediately. After that, I kept watching Killer Bee. It turns out that it's not just me. Killer Bee has always been. Stay away, dislike. Killer Bee was practicing a song on the street. He was suddenly hit on the head with a raw egg. He was like a criminal parading in the streets. He hadn't wiped the egg off his face and hair. Then there were countless raw eggs. Get out of the way, he's too much of an eyesore. For political reasons, he was chosen to be the Jinchuriki. Although he exists to protect the village, he has always been ostracized by the villagers. But, after a moment of stunned silence, the 5-year-old Kira gestured to the egg white on his face. After licking it, he smiled again. Then he started rapping again on the street. He sang while walking. All those interferences. It seemed to be the source of his creation. The more he sang, the more excited he became. The more he danced, the happier he became. The kunai in Madara's hand, who secretly observed this scene, fell to the ground in shock. This is a life that ordinary people simply cannot endure. That's when I realized. It turns out that Killer Bee's suffering is greater than mine. Yamato, why did you tell us? Actually, I wanted to tell Killer Bee, so I confided in Naruto. Is it because you are both Jinchuriki? But one day, I still have to tell the truth to Killer Bee. Otherwise it won't count as repentance. At this time, Naruto and Yamato were already shocked by the complicated relationship between Madara and Killer Bee. Chapter 59, Konoha. Ninja School. Observation Deck. Naruto was indeed shocked. He didn't expect that the octopus uncle Killer Bee had such an experience. Former close friends parted ways and even deliberately murdered each other. There was also the matter of throwing eggs. Naruto had never experienced it. Compared with the octopus uncle, he seemed to be living a better life. But there was nothing to blame for what Mate did. He was only 5 years old at that time. He mistakenly thought that if he killed Killer Bee, he could kill the Eight Tails to avenge his father. Hatred always accumulates little by little. From the cemetery, to the mess at home, to the memories of the past. The relationship with Killer Bee also drifted away little by little. Naruto had companions such as Uruka Teacher and Shikamaru since he was a child. From this point of view, the living space of the Jinchuriki in the Hidden Cloud Village is much harsher than that of the Jinchuriki in Konoha. And Killer Bee became a particularly cheerful person in this atmosphere. At this time, Naruto understood Killer Bee's rudeness before. Maybe there was some misunderstanding. After understanding Killer Bee's experience, Naruto thought of the falls of truth again. Is Killer Bee a being without a dark side? So he was able to pass it in one go. Yamato saw his own figure appear in the light curtain. At first it felt quite novel, as if he was exposed in the ninja world. Later he immersed himself in the content of the light curtain, and his mood became calm. Speaking of which, Yamato was not surprised that he would become Naruto's teacher in the future. He has wood release. Naruto is a Jinchuriki. The two are naturally suitable to be together in terms of ability. Later he heard the story of Killer Bee and Mata in the light curtain. Yamato inexplicably felt that the ninja world was not necessarily, as Pain said before. People can never understand each other. This sentence is worth pondering. When Pain finished speaking, he secretly remembered it in his heart. Now he remembered this sentence again. It seems to be fate that Jinchuriki is feared and hated by villagers. Jinchuriki can understand each other, just like Naruto understood Gaara in the previous Chunin exam. Presumably, in the light curtain at this moment, Naruto also understands Killer Bee. And now Matoi's confession. Yamato can also understand it, because Mat confessed his mental journey. He confessed his change in attitude towards Killer Bee. He was truly confessing. The hidden cloud village, surrounded by mountains, the Rakage building, everyone present was stunned. Killer Bee looked at the light curtain expressionlessly. In fact, he was not angry. He just felt that there was suddenly an extra memory in his mind. Confused. Oh, there really was an assassination, but he doesn't care. The fourth Rakage, Kurabi, this Matoi says he's repenting, but who knows if he has any evil intentions. Otherwise, we should arrest him and ask him a question. Kurabi, what do you think? The fourth Rakage will severely punish anyone who harms the villagers, especially when the murderer is his brother. Before, Kurabi said he had no impression, and he thought that Matoi was just joking. Now he heard the word repent in full. Then he has no reason to condone. Everyone in the office turned their eyes to Kurabi. He can decide what punishment Mat will receive. Just see. Kurabi stretched out his hands. Both hands snapped their fingers at the same time, as if there was a rhythmic rhythm. Then he stepped lightly on the ground. Such a small matter is not worth mentioning. If Mati hadn't said it, I would have forgotten it long ago. I am in good condition now, and I am not hurt at all. I feel very sorry after listening to Matoi's story. Believe in my choice, believe in Light Curtain Kurabi. It's not that I forgive such stupid things, I just simply don't care. Express his attitude through rap. Kurabi once again proved his rap level. At this time, everyone in the office who had listened to it was silent. Everyone secretly had a little respect for the positive and sunny Kurabi. On the edge of the island, on the interlaced cone-shaped stones, Naruto is wearing an orange training suit and meditating here. After listening to the story of Kurabi and Mat, he left alone. Find this quiet place to think. Thinking of my own dark side. Look, that's the kid. Listen, don't get close to him. Get out of the way. And now, we always believed in you. You're a hero, Naruto. Thank you, Naruto. Gaara had the same experience. I am a dangerous tool of the village, and to them, I am a historical relic that they want to erase. Gaara is the Kazekage, don't speak nonsense, you little minions. Lord Gaara is silent, cold, powerful, handsome, and an elite. Uncle Octopus is trusted by everyone, and Gaara has become the Kazekage. He worked tirelessly for the villagers and gained recognition. Naruto forced a smile. I was also recognized by Teacher Uruka and my peers. Unfortunately, it seems that he can't convince himself. Suddenly, hearing such a scream, Naruto quickly jumped to the source of the sound, seeing a huge octopus grabbing Matoi's body. Mat is a chunin and can't get rid of this island's specialty, the giant squid. Uncle Mat. Why? Naruto looked at this scene in shock. Finally, he couldn't help but shout, "Stop, Uncle Octopus." It turned out that he thought this was Killer Bee transformed. He thought Uncle Octopus wanted to take revenge on Mate. So he attacked. Uncle Mate is really. I trust you. As soon as the voice fell, a burst of hip-hop BGM sounded, with a great sense of rhythm. Walking at the forefront of ninja fashion, the huge sound seemed to come out of thin air. The voice is heard before the person is seen. Regardless of your mood, save lives. That is my duty. My eight-tailed beast is here again. Squid, get out of here. All the following is omitted. Just saw. A huge eight-tailed Ushio suddenly emerged from the sea, raising waves. The Ushio's huge bull head opened its mouth and seemed to be rapping. Its whole body was flexibly rapping. It looked like the incarnation of Killer Bee. One punch, one knife. The giant squid showed pain on its ferocious face. Then it loosened its tentacles, holding Mott on the stone vertebra. Watching Uncle Octopus solve the danger handsomely, Naruto's face seemed to be infected, and he laughed cheerfully. Uncle Octopus. After a while, Naruto, Yamato, Killer Bee, and Mott gathered together. Mata, Kurabi, why did you save me? Kurabi, huh. He didn't understand what the situation was. Just save him. Why? Mott, Kurabi, you should have noticed it, I think. I want to kill you. Why do you still want to? And raise the fist bump at that time. And save him at this time. Kurabi snorted in a rough voice. The words spoken on his dark and tough face were very relaxed and natural. Is that true? I just remember the happy times with Mott and me, Mott and Mott. We went to practice together, and we were happy even if we failed. We laughed together and felt the friendship. Kurabi sang and danced, waving as he pleases. Time with Mott. Finally, Killer Bee raised his right hand. Did the same fist bump again. Regret after 25 years. Mott had tears in his eyes and successfully bumped fists with Killer Bee. Naruto stood aside as a witness. At this moment, he was as happy as a child. Raised his hands to celebrate the two. Yeah, all right, legends, that's it for today. If you're ready for the next chapter, smash that like button and flood the comments right now. Remember, we've got 3 days to prove this story needs to continue. Subscribe so you don't miss the drop, and I'll meet you in the next audiobook.